Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Ready for the opener. And there they go. Slow start for Keep My Eye on the Boys. Bonfire Diva gets the best start, and they are crawling immediately out of the starting gate. Iova from the inside, then Keep My Eye on the Boys. Royal Jubilee outside of Quiet Horizon. All Biz from the rail. Iova trying to pick it up from Bonfire Diva. Keep My Eye on the Boys up close from third. Royal Jubilee's in the fourth spot with All Biz, and Quiet Horizon's content to be at the back. Not a lot of pace on. Bonfire Diva with the lead from Iova. Keep My Eye on the Boys forwardly positioned to this soft pace. 25-4 that opening quarter. You could tell they were walking ASAP out of the starting gate. Royal Jubilee's a little more than 4 off the lead at the 5/8. All Biz 4.5 from the front, and it's a length to Quiet Horizon. Bonfire Diva allowed to control this pedestrian-like tempo. Leads by better than 2.5 to Iova. There's Royal Jubilee with an aggressive move to the far outside, covering Keep My Eye on the Boys. All Biz is a little less than 4 off the lead, joined by Quiet Horizon. They bunch up, and they have to quicken from here the half in 51-3. Iova from the rail to tackle Bonfire Diva. Royal Jubilee 3 wide. All Biz gets a little closer inside of Keep My Eye on the Boys. And Quiet Horizon's trying to begin a bid, but she is at the mercy of this soft pace, which favors Bonfire Diva. Bonfire Diva has the lead. Royal Jubilee is second. Quiet Horizon trying to sustain her charge to the far outside. Iova still there from the rail. Keep My Eye on the Boys, and she's maneuvered to the extreme outside, trying to come with her run up the rail. All Biz. Here's Quiet Horizon at 20-1. Keep My Eye on the Boys to the outside. Quiet Horizon, Keep My Eye on the Boys. All Biz up the rail. All Biz and Keep My Eye on the Boys. All Biz. All Biz from Keep My Eye on the Boys. Quiet Horizon. And there they go. From the inside, Alara is quickly into stride. Also up close, Frankie C. Scouting Party. Barbara Spirits trying to be under a stronghold. From the far outside, it's Canceled Captivity. Dawn's Last Call comes away in good order. Racing with her is Indian Penny. So it is Alara, the most experienced maiden, removing the blinkers, making the pace from Frankie C. Scouting Party's third, Barbara Spirits fourth. Canceled Captivity's in the fifth position, little less than 4 off the lead. About a length and a half or so back to Indian Penny. And Dawn's Last Call tries to pick up her stride from the extreme outside. She's making a move after the fourth position from the far outside. So it is Alara all alone with the lead. And here comes Dawn's Last Call, now vying for second from the extreme outside, covering Scouting Party. Frankie C, Barbara Spirit, Canceled Captivity. That group of 3 are 3 off the lead. And they're about 2.5 or 3 in front of Indian Penny. 24-4, 50 4/5 the half. Alara, Dawn's Last Call from the outside, continues with her nice run. Scouting Party is third. Canceled Captivities in the fourth spot, then Barbara Spirit, Indian Penny, and Frankie C. Alara still with the lead. Don's Last Call, the threat to the outside. And there's Canceled Captivity showing some progress. Canceled Captivity with a nice move to the outside, ready to join the leaders. Canceled Captivity, Alara. Don's Last Call now under a little bit of pressure. From the rail, Frankie C. Then we're going to Barbara Spirit. Canceled Captivities up to the front. Canceled Captivity at the 8th pole. Alara still fighting on. Frankie C from the inside. Barbara Spirit to the outside. Canceled Captivity will win it under Rafael Rojita Jr. And the second spot was Alara. Then we go to Bart. Pick 6 gets underway in race 3. Number 7, Ida Denial, a 1 pound over the weight. Our third race is in about 21 minutes. And there they go. Quick Start Miami Twofer. She has the lead from the inside. Tamaki, Dr. G, and Ali showing good speed from the far outside. She's a Bernardini, has to bide her time with her rail positioning. Flute Song and Equanimus advance to her outside. Nicolina P is second last, and Ida Denial is the last of all. And Miami Twofer means business in her second look. She's the speed at the 3/8. Here's Equanimus with a nice run to the outside. Dr. G and Ali's back to third. Tamaki's in the fourth spot. She's a Bernardini, finally gets away from the rail, and now she begins to lengthen her stride noticeably. She's going to stride into third from the outside, closing after the top 2. Miami Twofer. Equanimus tackles her to the outside. Miami Twofer still with something left. Equanimus testing her to the 8th pole, and she's a Bernardini continues to close in under left-handed urging to the outside, and she has momentum. Here comes She's a Bernardini to tackle Miami Twofer. She's a Bernardini, front and center. Equanimus in a photo for second with Miami Twofer. Tamaki checked in for $24.80. A 1.5 exacta, $19.20. 153 trifecta, $16.12. The 10-cent super, $11.50 post. And there they go. Pretty good start for the quintet. In fact, they're across the track. Escape Mission picking it up from Tunnel Vision. 30 Oysters showing pace. Lucky Mucho Man is in the fourth position, and Matt Doyle's at the back. He's 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. Escape Mission, Tunnel Vision, 30 Oysters showing speed from the rail. These are the 3 vying for the top spot, separating themselves by nearly 6 lengths to Lucky Mucho Man. And at the tail is Matt Doyle, a good 8 lengths from the front. Escape Mission and Tunnel Vision kick away together from 30 Oyster, separating by nearly 3 lengths. And Matt Doyle's beginning to lengthen his stride. He's ready to make a move into fourth with momentum, getting within 5 lengths at the quarter pole. He's outside of Lucky Mucho Man. Tunnel Vision has the lead. Escape Mission can't go with him. Matt Doyle could be the late threat with this big circling move. Tunnel Vision has the lead, comes under some right-handed urging. He's trying to seal the deal at the 8th pole. Matt Doyle has all the momentum with Lucky Mucho Man from between runners. Here's Matt Doyle to the outside, and Lucky Mucho Man in a tight spot, and he's going best. Lucky Mucho Man. Lucky Mucho Man from Matt Doyle. Tunnel Vision, Escape Mission checked in for. And race 4 is in the books, officially 3546. The double 1-3, $34.80. A 3-5 exacta, $51.50. 3-5. And there they go. From the inside, U-Butte quickly away. Also showing pace is Halloway. I Bet the Palace is there. Enticing Prospect, part of the leader line from the rail. And Bold Force has the 5th position isolated, pursuing the 4 with 4 to find heading into the turn. Break of about 7 lengths to That Works in front of the Goodwin duo, Mulo Bello and Derby Child. Enticing Prospect, who took a big hit before the starting gate opened up, was 4-1, then bet down to 9-5, the leader midway through the turn. From the outside, races Bet the Palace. And up close is U-Butte. Halloway's trying to progress into the 4th position. After him, Bold Force. Enticing Prospect, looking professional at the 3/16, the one to come and beat. Bet the Palace pursues. Halloway's running a good one to the outside. Here comes Halloway. Halloway is closing in very nicely at a big number. Enticing Prospect is responding to the bid from Halloway. Enticing Prospect. Nice debut run from him. Likewise for Halloway. Bet the Palace 3rd. 4th place, Bold 4. Late pick 3. And 3:46 is the scheduled post time. 7 and 8 both scratched. My Little One and Vroom Vroom. And there they go. Our Our First Lady, Journey of Five, the first two to show up. Funny Honey is showing good speed with Varsity Doll. They're going to pick it up together. Northway's in the fifth spot from the far outside, or is she from between gals? Actually from between gals. Sassy Tallahassee is about 6 or 7 from the leader, who is now Funny Honey, and no early pace from Northumberland at the back of the pack. So Funny Honey is the quickest of all, clearing away nearly 3 to Varsity Doll. Our First Lady's beginning to make her run. She races inside of Northway. They both have momentum at the 3/8. They're ready to gang up on Funny Honey. And Sassy Tallahassee's now hitting her best stride. She has 4 to find midway through the turn. Journey of Five's losing ground. Northumberland's taking closer order. Funny Honey still with the lead. Our First Lady makes her move to the outside, poking her head in front. And Northway is still in with a look from the far outside. After that, Sassy Tallahassee and Northumberland to the extreme outside. In the lane, Funny Honey repelling the bid of Our First Lady. Sassy Tallahassee now looms like one of the late threats, but Funny Honey still has the lead. Funny Honey chasing her, Our First Lady, Sassy Tallahassee. Funny Honey's getting tired, but the wire favors her. It is Funny Honey. Funny Honey hang. Race 6 is official, 2, 3, 4, 5. Prices, 2-2 double, $36.20. 2-9 consolation double, $4.60. And there they go. And one didn't leave the starting gate. That was mandatory payout. Mandatory payout. Walked out of the starting gate. Ton of work to do. So Macetta's getting the pace to himself, and they are crawling up front. Flat Bill is second. Trevista is third, then Feudal. And not sure what happened to mandatory payout. He did not leave the starting gate in a timely manner. At least he was slowly away, that's for sure. Macetta's the leader, and Flat Bill is up close. And here's Feudal on the stretch out, trying to stay close to the soft pace. They are crawling, 26-2. Unbelievably slow up front. Then mandatory payout and Trevista now at the back. So it is Cabracoa and Macetta slowing this down as slow as they can. Flat Bill stays close from the outside. Feudal is third. Mandatory payout made a mess of the start. He has 5 lengths to make up, at the mercy of this soft pace, as the top two are quickening. 51 3/5 for the half. Trevista's at the back. Macetta, Flat Bill has stayed close. Mandatory payout, missed the start. He has a ton of work to do at the mercy of this pace. Then Feudal and Trevista's at the back. It's Macetta, Flat Bill looking for his 10th career victory, testing this 4-year-old Macetta to the quarter pole. Macetta and Flat Bill, and 3/4 1 in 116. Macetta has the lead, and Flat Bill's moving right alongside. Flat Bill and Macetta. Flat Bill pokes his nose in front. Macetta still with some fight, and despite the soft pace, Trevista's picking up his stride, and Trevista's only 5 off the lead. Macetta's trying to re-engage Flat Bill. Trevista's running out of time. Macetta, Murph screaming his head off, and it's Macetta for the Murph. Flat Bill was second. Trevista's third. Worked by Stonewall Farm. Race 7 is official. 7-8-5-2, the double. 2-7, $51.50. 7-8 exacta, 50. And there they go. Creek Easter showing pace. Noah's Destiny fleet afoot. One from my brother proves to be the quickest from between runners. Chasing You as the 4th spot. Then Broadway Banker. And here is Jackson Bay striding into the 5th spot. A little less than 6 from One from my brother. Freud Eris races inside of Watermelon Crush. Looking Grand races with Westworld. One for my brother is a lonely leader. He builds up better than 3 to Noah's Destiny, flanked by Greek Easter. Chasing You is 4th. Jackson Bay makes a move for that spot. He's already under a drive heading into the turn. He's going to have to really go 6 lengths off the lead. At least he has that Ralph Foundation in his corner, and he's dropping in class. We'll see if he can make an impact in the final quarter of a mile. Another 7 to Watermelon Crush and Freud Eris. Westworld Looking Grand, not really doing much. Likewise for Broadway Banker. One for my brother. Noah's Destiny's waiting on deck with momentum. Here's Noah's Destiny. And Chasing You has a little bit of a look closing in. And Jackson Bay's now a little even paced. Can he pick his stride up? Noah's Destiny's up to the front. One for my brother with no response in return. Then Chasing You and Jackson Bay. Noah's Destiny in the nightcap. Chasing You's up for second. Then one for my brother and Jackson Bay finished 4th. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Monday opener at 1:15. Fast racetrack, 45 minutes out, 8 races, small pick 6 carryover. Better than $2,300 starting in race 3. Here are the changes. In the opener, scratch 2, Dr. Darby, 2 Dr. Darby out of our Monday opener. Early double, early pick 4 starts in race 1. Early pick 3 commences in race 2. Scratch 1, Tater and Tot, part of the entry. 1 Tater and Tot scratch from race 2. 6 Robbins Giant with an additional workout, 27th of September. Finger Lakes Fast Track, 3/8, 36.40 seconds, breezing. Pick 6 starts in the third, $1 minimum wager, traditional style pick 6, scratch 2, Yes Your Honor, 2 Yes Your Honor out of race 3. Heman Harkey, new jockey 4, Bastet. Waive the 7-pound apprentice allowance, corrected weight 122. Harkey on the 4, Bastet, the weight's 122. $2,316. Our one-day pick 6 carryover starting in race 3. Fourth race begins the Monday pick 5, 2 Pretty Miss Keens, 2 pounds over the weight. D. Diego at 21, 2 Pretty Miss Keens, 2 pounds over the weight. Fifth race, 6 Foot Traffic, 3 pounds over. Juan Diaz at 119, 6 Foot Traffic, 3 pounds over the weight. 1 Regal Empire, an additional workout, 28th of September, Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 51.40 seconds, breezing. Race 5 starts the late pick 4. Race 6 will commence the late pick 3. Scratch 7 under the knife, 7 under the knife out of race 6. Seventh race is the Monday feature, the $50,000 guaranteed Jack Better Be Right Stakes. Fillies and Mares, New York Breds, 1 mile and 1/16, non-Lasix event. 4 scratches, 1, 6, 7, and 9. 1, 6, 7, and 9 out of the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. True Empress, Know It All Audrey, Saratoga Kisses, Allure Fortune. 1, 6, 7, and 9 out of the Monday feature, commencing the late daily double. And in the nightcap, Matty Martin, new jockey 2 over the cap. Weight's good. The nightcap, 2 over the cap, Matty Martin. And the weight's good at 116. Monday's opener, 1:15, 8 races, fast track. Have a great afternoon of racing. Up next, Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. What a nice day. It's like summer in October. I think we missed the summer in July and August, so we're getting it here in the fall. Wow, I just don't remember 80-degree days back when I was younger in October. But I'm not complaining. I love the weather. We got 8 races on today's card, and we got a stakes race. Our feature race is the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. It's named after a filly or mare that ran here years ago. I think it was Star Trek Farms. That was Jack Lambert, Donna Beretta. So it's Jack Better Be Right. Pretty good one in the Finger Lakes Hall of Fame. Well, you got a couple good ones in there. Gone and Forgotten has been the top mare here the last couple years. She's almost she wins this race. You got to kind of start comparing her to Nikki Jean. Remember that one was dominating our stakes races, whether it was long or short back in the day. But she's got a tough task today. I didn't think this one would be coming, but Venti Valentine will be here is entered for this race, and she seems like she's got better numbers. We'll see. That's where the real matchup is in the Jack Better Be Right. Also got Missing Fortune in there for Dana Saul, so a pretty good race. That's our feature race. Look at the jockey standings. It's getting close. Emmanuel DiDiego currently leads Kiberkoa 48-47. John DeVille not far behind at 45. And then you got Andre Worry at 38, who's expected back here within the next week or two. Interesting to see how that plays out. Not much time left in the season. Remember, we go to that earlier post on November 6th, right after we change the clocks. You wouldn't think that when you look at the weather outside. First race, a maiden race. We scratched the 2, Dr. Darby. That leaves us with 5 betting interests, and it's a tricky race. Obviously, breeding-wise and class-wise, you got the Nick Zito trainee, Philharmonic, by Mendelssohn. We don't get too many horses by Mendelssohn here at Finger Lakes. Costs $140,000 a yearling. Obviously, that one should be tough, but there's a lot of question marks coming here to Finger Lakes for this spot. Gold Templar. Question is, does that one want to win? You know, had a couple of starts last 2 and just kind of flattened out in the late stages. Ollie Can Dance had a troubled trip last time. The big question mark, more than anything for the first, is a lack of pace. No real speed. Almost thinking that Gold Templar might get the lead. Real tricky to figure. I mean, Ollie Can Dance did have a little bit of a trouble. Actually, Ollie Can Dance was bothered by Gold Templar. I don't remember if he claimed foul or not, but watching it, of course, probably had a chance to come down. So, you know, the third place finish, not as bad as it looks, because this horse was forced to take up early in that race, and nobody really made up any ground. It was a race that one of the other speeds didn't get out, and Nemo's Fortune was the one to take advantage with the lack of pace in there and kept going. I would give Ollie Can Dance another chance. It's had 2 starts going long now, shortened back up to a mile 70. Again, with the lack of pace in here, it's not like the horse should be that far back. It's questionable who will get the lead in here. I thought maybe Gold Templar. You could be looking at a 50 or 51.5 in this race, just because unless somebody is real aggressive, there's just simply a lack of pace in the first. Gold Templar, maybe he's the speed. He's not far back in his last race, behind Nemo's Fortune, who did have that easy lead, but they went slow in that race. Somebody's got to get the lead in here. Maybe that's what Gold Templar needs, because he just doesn't look like a horse that wants to win, but maybe this is a field that he can beat, especially with the lack of pace. And then you got Philharmonic. Yeah, class-wise and breeding-wise, man, this horse is outstanding. But as it run since June, and as it only had 2 starts this year, it shows up here at Finger Lakes. Out of an unraced mare, mentioned the Mendelssohn. Man, I mean, a Mendelssohn horse, and I'm not picking the horse, in a weak maiden race. Doesn't have to be much, but a lot of question marks surround that one. I mean, Nick Zito's got a couple good ones. Well, I should say a couple well-bred ones that don't have good form, but are going against easier competition in these first 2 maiden races. And I'm talking about the second is a sprint going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 1, Tater and Tot. I mean, you got Vigano in here for Nick Zito. and same owner as the first race. Again, it's a big question mark, as this one had a long layoff of 11 months from April of 2022 to March of 2023, and it's had only 2 starts this year. Did have a troubled trip in his last start, made up a lot of ground. But another one that's well bred by Honor Code. It's a half to Cyber Secret, who won a Grade 3. Man, what do you do with that one? Yeah, it's going to be tough. And then you got Max Foster, also with a little bit of class. Ran as a 2-year-old and had the one start as a 3-year-old, but took a break since then. This one's been off since January. So what do we expect from Max Foster? So you got a couple that have got a big numbers edge on the rest of the field, but there's some vulnerability there as there's not a lot of activity. Well, Max Foster might be the speed of the race. So I'm going to give the advantage to the 1A, Max Foster, getting to the lead out of a dam that's by Ghost Zapper. Yeah, there's not a lot of speed in here. The only other horse that I thought might have some speed turning back is Panton Jelly. But I thought Max Foster, even though he's outside, might be able to get the lead in another race that doesn't have a lot of early speed. Now, Vigano, comes out of the best races. Here's a horse that was running at Oaklawn against open special weights, and then last time an open maiden claimer, and had trouble in that race as well. But it's been off since April, and has only had 2 starts after being off by 11 months. But it should be awfully tough against this competition. I think you almost got to use 2 or 3 of them. I mean, Penton Jelly, you could make a strong case for turning back in distance. But he's a question mark of, does he want to win? He started off his career 4 straight second-place finishes, and then maybe forgive the last effort because it was a rout. So 4 sprints to start off the career, 4 straight seconds. Let's draw a line through the last race. You got to think the horse is going to be the top 3 back to a sprint today against special weights. Does he want to win? That's another one, another question. Then you got Dr. Jerry, the other Barrow trainee, but this one's much better bred for the turf, at least on the dam side, pretty well bred. I mean, you got Bustin' Stones. They have a lot of them here. But, yeah, that was the one concern I had, is they started off the horse on the turf. Seems like breeding-wise that's where the horse belongs. Guess we'll find out. This should be easier competition, though. 1A, 2, 4, 3. Third race starts the pick 6. It's a $1 pick 6. Scratch the 2. Yes, Your Honor. I like Jackie B. Good's. Actually, I like both the Jackie B. Good's race. My concern is the distance. Looked like the distance was a little bit short for her in her first start over the track, and she was getting there. Can she get there today? Would have liked her a lot more going 6 furlongs. Because it's 5.5, I'm just going to give her a slight edge in this race. I mean, she was close. I mean, a bunch of them were on the wire together when she ran 5.5. But they didn't go that fast up front either. I mean, they went 47 for 5.5. How are you going to make up any ground? And she's trying to make up some ground. Well, she was more into the race going 6 furlongs when they did 47 and was right there at the wire. And the horse that really took advantage was the speed of the race, Regal Rebel. So what are you going to do? That one wasn't going to come back to her. And, she didn't lose any ground. She gave good chase in that race. So, maybe she'll be a little sharper. Even though she's going back to 5.5, she'll be a little sharper this time for 5.5 than the last time, because she was off a little bit of a layoff the last time she ran 5.5 here. She was off from April to September, and that could be key here. Even though that 5.5 seemed a little short for her, it could have had something to do with the break and not being as sharp. Because keep in mind, she's a little closer to the 47 last time, and that was going 3/4. So I'm going to give her a chance here in the third. Wine Trail's an interesting one. I don't know if she's going to be able to get there going 5.5, but she certainly ran well going 3/4. One of her 2 wins are a 5.5, but she's a late runner, so they're going to have to back up a little bit. But she's in good form right now for Mike Progno. She should have won at 48-1 against the Fabulous Moolah. You talk about a horse that had some bad racing luck. This horse had a check, and it's just like it says in the program, took up sharply. That she did, and kind of gained momentum again and ran second, and that's tough to do after something like that happens. Just kind of ran evenly last time, mainly because the pace didn't come back. Again, they went 23 and 47. Obviously, Jackie Be Good was a little close to that pace. They ran 1-2 around the track. Nobody really changed positions in that race, except for Wine Trail did put in a little bit of a late run, and that's a positive sign, and I think this horse plays a little bit in here. Bastet, numbers aren't quite as good as the other two, but she's coming off a good finish last time, just missing in this condition. Obviously, the race wasn't that quick for the 5.5, 107 and change. But with the 2 top 3 finishes since dropping in for 5,000, you got to consider her to be in the top 3 again today. All About Bella, you talk about poor tactics last time. Man, I know there was no speed in the, there's not a lot of speed in the race. And she's like 3 legs off of a 48. Like, had no shot. Had absolutely no shot when you're that far off of a 48 and you have tactical speed when you could do a 46 and change or 47. So it's more the tactics than anything. But, the fields that she beat weren't much anyway. We look back at her 5,000 maiden win and then her first win off the break against Winners in a waiver claim. She didn't beat anything in that race, but, man, she wasn't going to win last time with those tactics. She shortens up to 5.5, could improve off of that race. Keep in mind, she's lightly raced this year. She's only had the 2 starts, and she only had the 1 start in a long layoff from April to November. So not a lot of activity for All About Bella, so she could be any kind in this spot. I use her fourth, 5-6-4-3. Real tricky read, though. The 4th race, we start the pick 5, and it goes 5.5. And let's face it, on paper, this is basically a 2-horse race. You got Thin Legs, really no excuse last time as the inside speed. But then you got Pretty Miss Keynes, and she's the big question mark as she's been off since it was her voided claim that race. The last race wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. She chased and faded in a race that she was the post-time favorite. She gets a break since that race, but her best effort puts her right there with Thin Legs. They seem, numbers-wise, they seem to lay over the rest of the field. I'm going to lean towards Thin Legs mainly because of all the question marks with Pretty Miss Keynes. Only 1 start at July, and it was a bad one. And, she's uncertain at 5.5 as well. Thin Legs does look like the inside speed. The one thing with Thin Legs is I don't really have an excuse for her last time. She was able to clear, well, not really clear. She did get some pressure from the half on, but she also went 47 and change. She just got beat by a better horse. Brisky Frolic was much the best, and maybe she lost interest after everybody passed her, and she faded to 4th. She went from 1st to 4th pretty easily. Well, I'd give her another chance today. And think of it too. She's going outside to inside, so maybe going to the rail post and breaking well to the lead might give her the advantage. And the question's going to be Pretty Miss Keynes. How far behind her is she going to be? I wouldn't expect her to be that far off of her flank. And that's where the race is. It's between Thin Legs and Pretty Miss Keynes if they run their races. And they're going to be the 2 favorites in here, so I'm not really going out on a limb. So then you're going to think about, okay, numbers-wise, that's who it looks like. Maybe the race is going to be 3rd for 4th, unless Pretty Miss Keynes just doesn't have it. She ran a bad race last time. She's the question mark. Could be a winner, get nothing horse. Thin Legs, you got to think it's going to be 1st or 2nd in here. I'm going to use Pal's Ally for 3rd. Take a little shot for a price in the 3rd position because they're all about equal. You look at Subtle Giant will probably be, from an odd standpoint, will probably be the 3rd choice in here. But when you look a little deeper on Subtle Giant, you'll notice the horse is a lot better at 6 furlongs than she is at 5.5. She's 0 for 11 at the distance, and you look at her recent races, the numbers say she's much better at 3/4. So she probably needs 6 furlongs if she's going to win. So maybe take a shot at a little bit of a long shot. Pal's Ally, she's finishing off the board in a lot of these races, but once you get past Thin Legs and Pretty Miss Keynes, there isn't much else for her to beat in here. Her numbers are good enough to put her in the mix. I'll use Midmont for 4th. Got to forgive the last effort. She shortens up to 5.5. Maybe not her best distance either, although the last time she went 5.5, she did run second. She didn't run well last time, and maybe it had to do with the pace scenario. She was a little further off the pace than she should have been, and they went 47 and didn't back up. Keep in mind, Jackie Be Good was second the whole way. Regal Rebel was first, and they just kind of controlled the pace. Everybody else kind of chased and faded behind. So I'm going to go with the 1, 2, 7, 5 in race number 4. Fifth race of 5,000 maiden claimer, going a distance of 1.70 miles. I'll give Triton's Creed another chance. The horse was off a little bit over a month, got the lead, and maybe just got beat by a better horse in Anointed Spirit. I mean, that one did go by, and I like how he held the second place position anyway over Interchanger. I basically got those two that were second and third in that race. But one of the things that I'd consider the most is I think Triton's Creek could get the lead in here and get a little bit easier lead than what he had last time. I figure foot traffic may try to press, but Triton's Creed is the true inside speed of the race. I mean, the outside horse might have speed too, but I'm hoping Triton's Creed can get the lead in here and maybe get a 49 and change half. And second time going long could be the key, and that could get him to the winner's circle. Again, Interchanger kind of chased last time, was right off of the pace, which Triton's Creed was a part of last time. Again, Anointed Spirit might just have been the better horse in the race. Interchanger kind of hung around. There were three of them right there. I mean, this horse ran well. At least it was a nice bounce-back effort after the first race over the track being so horrible. I mean, never lifted a hoof in that race. It was one of the favorites. So stayed here, changed trainers, came off the layoff and ran better, or may have just responded to the drop. Well, I think he ran better. It was kind of both scenarios. So, and then, now you got another Nick Cito for the same trainer, Masarosa, who had horses in the first two races. And again, this is another one that's very well bred and looks very live against these $5,000 maidens. I mean, this is quite the drop. You're talking about a Kentucky bred who's out of a dam by Forestry and is by Tisnow. Yeah, the horse can go long. Yeah, the horse has a big breeding advantage on this field. The dam's a half to 2 stakes winners, Uno Mas and Ponzi Scheme, a couple real good ones. So, yeah, the form isn't good. I mean, so this is one of those tricky ones. Has faced far better, but the form isn't good. And then you look at the rest of this field, well, they would probably finish double digits behind in those races as well. So, which makes it tough to gauge what to expect from Hanini, who's the outside horse. These Nick Cito horses are tricky. They don't have the best form, but they're facing so much better, and they have really solid breeding. Remember, you got a Mendelssohn in the first. 6th race, an allowance race, going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 7 under the knife. Now, you know everybody knows I'm into boxing, so I had to pick this horse on top. Of course, talking about Tommy Gunn, that's more from a movie fictional character than anything, but Tommy Gunn does look like the speed of the race. It does look like he's got the numbers to win here. Yeah, this one's sent in by Mike Maker. John DeVille is aboard. He's quicker than the other speed outside him. And I think the scratch of under the knife kind of helps Tommy Gunn that much more. Yo, Tommy. Got that one on top. The 6th, Pop Coyer, after 3 straight seconds, you kind of want to put the horse second again, because it's not like he's had excuses in those races. I mean, Golden Them Hills figured there wasn't a lot of speed in the race. He was the speed, and Pop Coyer got to him. The race before, you got to give to him. I mean, Jack and Bernie is a stakes horse. There's going to be a stakes horse. That's half the Winston's Chance that has just looked impressive, winning 3 races in a row. So finishing second to that one, obviously, that says a lot, that it's no shame. Finished ahead of Tacony Road, who's in this race as well. But when you get 3 straight seconds, you start to get a little concerned as, does he want to win? But obviously he's good at the distance at 5.5. The Jack and Bernie race makes you want to play the horse anyway. So I'm going to use him second. Keep in mind, the 4 starts at the distance, he's been no worse than second with a win. Bustin' Credit had an improved effort last time, going 5.5 in that Golden Them Hills race, was right behind Pop Coyer in that particular race. Stays at 5.5, and maybe that's the key. The previous 2 races were 3/4, and maybe the shortening up, he did run better. And he's chasing a little bit after Golden Them Hills and hanging around. I could see him as a win threat in here. Then you got probably the most tricky horse in the race, Believe in Josh. Not sure who this is named after, maybe Josh McDaniels. Goes first time Lasix and really overbet last time. I mean, look good. I mean, did beat a quality 2-year-old field here at Finger Lakes when he broke his maiden back in October, but really ambitiously placed off the layoff in a route race on the turf against a really good field of maidens. I mean, those are tough option, or sorry, 2 lifetimes, I should say. So those are some tough optional claiming allowance horses going a route in New York. So you kind of think that maybe that race took something out of Believe in Josh to do that first start off the layoff, because he didn't really get anything out of it. Got way overbet his next start. I mean, if you like Fiery Heart, I think he got a good price on Fiery Heart because of it. But goes first time Lasix. You know that they thought enough of this horse to try him in that race in New York where he didn't belong, that maybe he's good enough to beat these type of horses. That's what makes this horse look tricky, because how good is he? It's hard to tell by the 2 races that he's had this year. So I'm going to go the 3, 6, 2, 8 with Tommy Gunn on top. Got 2 more rounds, 2 more races. And this is the feature event, the Jack Better Be Right Stakes, race number 7, going 1 mile and a 16th. We do scratch a bunch of them out of here. So we started with 10. We're down to 6. But you do have a couple real good ones in here. Of course, we scratched the 1 True Empress, scratched the 6 Know It All Audrey, 7 Saratoga Kisses, and Allure Fortune, the 9 horse. I was hoping to see Oscar Barrera show up today. Yeah, I mean, numbers-wise, now there's some question marks, but numbers-wise, Venti Valentine looks like she's got this field handled. I mean, it just simply looks like she's better than these horses. And company kept, too. I know Gone and Forgotten is the home field, got the home field advantage. She's the horse to beat in the race because this is her house, and you got to beat her. But numbers-wise, Venti Valentine should. Now, she hasn't won at the distance, but she did run 1 mile and 1/8. Looking back at a race back in August in the Fleet Indian Stakes, talking about last year, though, she ran 3rd in that race. And you look at the field, I mean, you're talking about some real nice horses. Keep in mind, she also finished 2nd in a Grade 3 last year, the Gazelle. So, and you look at the quality of competition. Even that race in the Fleet Indian, the horse that she finished behind, the horse that ran 2nd, came back to win 2 in a row. One of those races put up a 102 Equibase figure in a stakes race. So you talk about quality. I mean, she's coming off a win against a pretty equal group to these, maybe a little tougher group at Saratoga back in August. Trying to look at who she was up against. The horse that ran 2nd ran 4th in a Grade 2 Ruffian, just a start or 2 before that race. So it was a quality field that she beat in that race. So, she's numbers-wise, she looks like she should win here. But we've seen these type before. They come in here, and you got a sharp horse that's a horse for the course, like Gone and Forgotten. Remember, this is her house, and she's the horse to beat. Man, she was the gift of the, I should say, the best value of the year at 7-2 when she won an allowance race. Then she went the Arctic Queen. They weren't going to beat her in the Arctic Queen. She's good going long or short. It's tough to say if she's better long, tough or short. She is 1 for 1 at the distance. She won, that one was in the Jack Better Be Right. She is the defending champ, by the way. She won last year's running of the Jack Better Be Right. She also won the Arctic Queen 2 years in a row. So see if she could do it in the Jack Better Be Right stakes here. man, she wins here, it's probably between her and Fiery Heart for Horse of the Year. But she's got to beat Venti Valentine. I mean, if she wins here, she deserves to be called the top mare of Finger Lakes to beat that rival. Another one that could be a little bit of an upsetter would be the 8 Missing Fortune. And she just seems to keep getting better for Dana Saul. I also like Allure. I mean, what about Allure Fortune's last race stretching out? She was an interesting one in here too. Now, the big question mark is going to be coming off Lasix. It usually is in these Lasix-free stakes. Venti Valentine, what do you think? What do you know about that one? She's doing all that damage, all that winning without Lasix. Gone and Forgotten just won that Arctic Queen without Lasix. Horse like Missing Fortune, she's got the numbers to do it. She won at Saratoga, but can she beat these horses? The distance isn't a problem. I mean, in route attempts in Missing Fortune, she's got 5 routes, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third, never missed the board. Pretty good feature. Last race, we'll stay going long, and yeah, Predicted looks like it's going to be tough. This could be possibly a better distance for Predicted. Good numbers for the distance anyway. The maiden win was at 6.5, but his best lifetime buyer was at the distance of going long, and at that best lifetime buyer is also the best number in the whole entire field. So I like the stretch out for Predicted in this race. Coming off a win that he was DQ'd. Yes, he did come out, or he did bother that horse, but you know what? I don't think 6 furlongs is his best distance. I think he wants 7 furlongs or a little bit further. I'm going to use him on top. Going to go with a little bit of an upset for second. Tis Lucky. Always liked this horse. I liked his maiden win anyway. He won against the Racetrack. That was a good inside speed day. And Tis Lucky, I think, was the only one who really won off the pace. And he came off of a 51 and 117. That's a huge effort. Maybe it wasn't the strongest of fields that he beat, but to do it in that way. He ran second a couple races back. I don't put much stock in that race, and I'm hoping he's not tailing off a little bit. But Shanty Shack was the main speed in the race last time. So on his best, he'll run good in here, and he's a price. The 8-horse Mo Trump, tricky read because you could draw a line through the last race. That was the race where the jockeys, he was pushed out wide. Let's just forget about it. That one is just a line through. And that was going first-time Lasix. So technically, if you draw a line through that one, this is his first race. We'll see how good he is on Lasix. And they thought enough of him to win the Derby, but he really is unproven in any of these route races. We really can't see how good Mo Trump is by what he's shown so far. The 6 horses Street Cop Officer ran a good third last time. He's a threat to be in the number today. Well, those are my picks today. Good luck with your selections. We've got that feature race in race number 7, the Jack Better Be Right Stakes, as we continue live racing this week, Monday through Wednesday. Next live day tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. See you then.
Bugler Sal Bruno has the horses coming onto the track for the Monday opener, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up made in special weight. Scratch 2, Dr. Darby. 5 Gold Templar, now 3 pounds over. Here's the group. 1 is Dancing with Jake, Rafael Rohina Jr. 3 is Philharmonic, Matty Martin. Next will be the 4 Mobot, Heeman Harkey. 5 is Gold Templar, Stephen Frett, 3 pounds over the weight. And 6 is Ali Can Dance with Louis Perez. A quintet in our Monday opener. Fast Racetrack. Race 1 starts the early double and the early pick 4. A little more than 4 minutes until post time. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. A field of 5 in our Monday opener. A big shout out to a Finger Lakes follower, Sal Bruno. Sal's in the hospital. Our thoughts and prayers are with Sal. Get better soon, buddy. A field of 5 to start our Monday opener. I wanted to try to find something sneaky here. Looked at the 4 Mobot, who has been gelded and comes from a very, very sneaky barn, Ilmar Loaiza. I just couldn't pull the trigger. Ended up on the 5 Gold Templar, a chalk-eating weasel I am, to start this Monday card. Heeman Harkey was in the saddle aboard Gold Templar. He has opted to ride the 4 Mobot. I think that has a lot to do with Ilmar has a lot more runners than Jacqueline Falk, and jockey agent Juan Androver just decided to get Harkey into the Loaiza barn. This is just a gut feeling. Gold Templar has been knocking on the door a couple of times this season. A good second way back on the 28th of June. A distant third 3-back. Pretty good effort recently on the 18th of September. It's a short price for a barn that doesn't win a lot of races. Only 4% on the season. Stephen Frett carrying 3 pounds over. Gold Templar was forwardly a position chasing Nemo's Fortune on the 18th of September. Probably got a little better trip than Ali Can Dance. Ali had a little trouble between the 5/16ths and the quarter pole. I still thought there was ample time for Ali to recover and try to come after Gold Templar, but perhaps with having his momentum stalled and the fact that Gold Templar was forwardly positioned to that 15 and change, maybe the flow, the dynamics of the race flow favored Gold Templar that particular day. Getting a little bit of a price here with Ali Can Dance. Gold Templar 2-1 in Ali Can Dance. Probably should have opted for the 6. I noticed my colleague Dave Mattice has gone with the 6 Ali Can Dance. Probably a good move here by Dave. This is a 4-1 shot Ali Can Dance, who had trouble, was further back into the pace, and as I mentioned, the race flow favored Gold Templar more than Ali Can Dance. Hard time separating both a 5 and 6. 3 is Philharmonic. Didn't know what to do with him. He has been gelded for this start. He makes his way to Finger Lakes. He's been racing at much better venues, Saratoga and Keeneland as a 2-year-old, Churchill Downs and Ellis in June. And now Nick Zito brings a Philharmonic here with Matty Martin. They've already got to the winner's circle on 1 occasion this season, and Philharmonic is getting a lot of money, 4-5. Kind of similar to the Nick Zito runner that got to the winner's circle that particular day. I can't remember the name of the horse, but the horse took a lot of action and ran to its odds. Now perhaps Philharmonic tipping his mitt with all the action at 4-5. Maybe the horse to beat. Looked hard at 4 Mobot. Just hard to pull the trigger. He only has that 1/3 place finish. It seems like he is a deep closer in a small field with not a lot of pace. He has been gelded. He is a Kentucky bred, kind of like Philharmonic. And a lot of times when I get races like the opener, you know, originally before the scratch, 1, 2, 5, and 6 all came out of the same affair. Seems like I've had a lot more success trying to go with a new shooter. Not the case, though. I've gone with the 5 at Gold Templar. Just a lukewarm endorsement. Not in love with the horse by any means. 5, 6, 3, 4. Then you get Dancing with Jake, who's going to get a much better post. You know, his race 3 back against 11s isn't that bad. Last time out, he was stuck out there a little deep. The opener's kind of tricky, in my opinion. Field of 5. They'll be at the gate in a couple of minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Monday opener. 5 at Gold Templar, 6-5. 3 Philharmonic, 8-5. 6 Ollie Can Dance, 9-5. The other two are big prices. A field of 5 to commence our Monday card. Big long shot Dancing with Jake is in. Here's Philharmonic. The Bug Girl, Maddie Martin, for the Hall of Famer Nick Zito. There's Mobot, Gold Templar, and Ollie Can Dance. Ollie Can Dance to the outside. Ready for the opener? And there they go. Gold Templar shows up first. Here comes Philharmonic, who wants to pick it up from his inside. Dancing with Jake is in no hurry. Likewise for Ollie Can Dance and Mobot. In fact, not a lot of pace on. Philharmonic assumes the top spot. Gold Templar wants to stalk. Dancing with Jake third inside of Mobot. And Ollie Can Dance runs with them. 3 lengths covers the quintet. Philharmonic almost a length. To the outside, Gold Templar. Dancing with Jake saves ground. Ollie Can Dance gets the worst journey. He's a little deep. And he races outside of Mobot, who's relatively close. That indicates the pace is very soft. 25-3. 2.5 covering the quintet at the 5/8. From the inside, Philharmonic. Gold Templar overseeing the affair. Ollie Can Dance with the widest run, getting within a length up the backstretch. Mobot little less than 3 off the lead, covering Dancing with Jake. 51 3/5. Philharmonic, Gold Templar, Ollie Can Dance a little deep. From the rail is Dancing with Jake, and Mobot stays close. They're at the 3/8. Philharmonic with the lead. Gold Templar second. Philharmonic opens up. Philharmonic by 2. Gold Templar comes under a drive. Ollie Can Dance from his outside makes a move into second. Mobot's vying for fourth with Dancing with Jake, and Philharmonic got away with a soft low. The one to come and catch. Ollie Can Dance makes his move into second. Gold Templar is retreating. Mobot from the far outside. Dancing with Jake at the back. It's the new shooter, Philharmonic. Philharmonic and Maddie Martin going to strike the gold in the Monday opener for Nick Zito. Checking in second is Ollie Can Dance. And we'll have a photo for third. That's either Gold Templar or Mobot. And it's tight. Maybe Mobot with that last lunge. Very tight for the Shodo. $145 and 21/100ths. Fresh face. That was the angle to go with. Even money number 3, Philharmonic. 6, Ollie Can Dance second. Tight photo third and fourth. Please hold all tickets. Third place 4, Mobot. Fourth place 5, Gold Templar. Philharmonic makes his way into the winner's circle. A 3-year-old Abe Gelding by Mendelssohn out of the Adam practice. No, I will not be doing an Allen Iverson rant. Philharmonic is owned by Massa Rosa. Nexado is the winning trainer. Winning jockey, the Bug Girl, Maddie Martin. Kentucky bred by Ben Sangster. 3-6 exacta, $14.40. 3-6-4 trifecta, $19. 3-6-4 5 10-cent super, $5.30. Second race will begin the early pick 3. Scratch number 1, Tater and Tot, part of the entry. 6, Robbins Giant. 6 has an additional workout, 27th of September. Finger Lakes Fast Track that morning. 3/8, 36.40 seconds, breezing. Our second race in about 22 minutes at 1:45.
In the paddock for race number 2, and no doubt about that winner in the first was question mark going in with the breeding that horse had, and he certainly ran to it. He dominated that field. Matty Martin gets the victory for trainer Nick Zito. He's having some success here at Finger Lakes. Got a win a couple weeks ago, and now comes back and wins again. He's got a couple more in for the same owner, including a horse coming up here in this race of the 2-horse. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here. He's got Vigano. He also got a couple good ones in here. Max Foster is the 1A. He goes first time gelding, and he looks like the speed. Pantagelli turns back in distance. He's had a case of seconitis in his sprint races, but he returns to a sprint, or at least he's hitting the board. So it makes it a tricky race. I did go with Max Foster as my top choice, thinking that he might get the lead in here. He's been off, though. This is a horse that's been off since January, basically just an extended 2-year-old season. His first start as a 3-year-old in January, so he really hasn't run yet, in a sense, this year. Now, this should be a little bit easier than the 2-year-olds and restricted 3s that he faced in January, faced in this competition. But he was competitive there. He's got some breeding to him as well, and maybe he can set the pace in this race. He's currently a slight favorite, 9-5, but you'll see it bounce around as far as who the favorite will be. You got to think that Vigano's going to get some play in here. It was Philharmonic ended up the favorite in that race, the Mendelssohn horse, after not being so for a while. But this one by Honor Code seems to want a little more distance, but and notice he was going the distance of a route at Oaklawn until the last 2 races. Did show some signs of life in his last race. After this horse was off 11 months, and then has had only 2 starts after that 11-month layoff. But after watching that first race victory with these connections, you got to respect Vigano, who's right now at odds of 7-2. I mentioned the 4, Pantagelli. He comes off a little bit of a layoff since August, where it was a failed route attempt, where remember Normandy just got the front and kept going. Street Cop Officer came out of that race to win, but let's forget about that route because he didn't really show much in there. It's the sprint races that are good, and he does turn back into a sprint where he's running second many times, and that's the question mark. Does he want to win? At least this should be a better distance for Pantagelli, and he should be a top 3 threat against these. And he's the other one that's got some speed in here, and he's inside of Max Foster. The 3-horse is Dr. Jerry. This one bred more for the turf, and that's actually where he started off his career, in a special weight on the turf at Saratoga. So he'll try the dirt here, but that's the question mark, how he'll handle the surface. So certainly better competition that he ran against on the turf in that race at the Spa. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts at race number 2. We did scratch one of the parts of the entry, Tater and Tot.
Coming onto the track for today's second race, 3-year-olds and up. Maiden special weights, a 6 furlong affair. Scratch 1 Tater and Tot, part of the entry. 6 Robbins Giant with an additional workout, 27th of September. Finger Lakes Fast Track that morning, 3/8, 36.40 seconds, breezy. Second race will begin the early pick 3 post time in about 5 minutes. Here's the field, 1A, Max Foster, John Davila Jr., the favorite at 9-5. Number 2 is Vegano, Matty Martin, Nick Zito looking to sweep the early double. Second choice at 2-1 onto the 3, Dr. Jerry, Jeremias Flores. Stablemate 4, Pentangeli, Joel Cruz, Paul Barrow conditioning 3 and 4. 5 is Tradition James, Christian Navarro. And 6 is Robbins Giant with Cabercoa. Second race in a little more than 4 minutes. Four, 1A, 2, and then maybe a little bit of emphasis on the 3 for the 4th spot. That's the way I have race 2. Nick Zito with an impressive Monday opener. Philharmonic. Matty Martin and Nick looking to sweep the early double. Vegano looks like one of the players off that good 3rd at Oaklawn on the 8th of April. Decent 4th against Maiden special weights. Prior to that, a few starts earlier. I'll have him on the back end in the 3rd spot. Looked hard at the 1A Max Foster. A couple of nice races at Aqueduct to conclude his 2-year-old year and start his 3-year-old year. Now he gets gelded, he gets speed. He has speed and gets a nice outside post. I've got him in the 2nd spot. You're looking at my top pick, the 4 Pentangeli. Now I am guilty of supporting horses for many, many starts in a row, and that's the case here with Pentangeli. I don't know what happened on the 7th of August. Had some good bottom blood for the added real estate and just didn't run much. And the pace wasn't that hot, 24, 49, and 1. Perhaps Pentangeli is just better suited for the one-turn sprint. Been given almost a couple of months off. Couple of races this season. Actually 4 races this season. All 2nd place finishes make him worthy of a little bit of a look. At least we're getting a little bit of a price this afternoon. He is currently at 5-2. Was 7-2 seconds ago. Another horse to think about could be the 3, Dr. Jerry. He is a stablemate to Pentangeli. Debuted at Saratoga in a turf dash. Didn't run much that afternoon. Now back to Finger Lakes. That's where his works began before debuting at Saratoga. Roddy Valente, Darlene Belinsky, Paul Barrow thought enough to debut him on the turf. At Saratoga, that's good enough to give him a mention here. 4, 1A, 2, 3. My top 4 here in race 2, starting the early pick 3. About a minute until race 2. It's post time for the second race. 1-8 Max Foster is the favorite at 7-5. 2 Vagano 5-2. The 4 Pentangeli 3-1. There's Vagano, Matty Martin, Nick Zito looking to sweep the early double on the Monday card. Dr. Jerry, Pentangeli, 3 and 4 conditioned by Paul Barrow. There's Pentangeli, big shout out to Frank D'Amato, the Seton Hall Pirate. There's the lone debuter, Tradition James. A couple to load, Robbins Giant, and the favorite, Max Foster. Max Foster at 3-2. Ready for the start of the early pick 3. And there they go. Max Foster from the far outside is showing pace with Robbins Empire. Here comes Dr. Jerry. Vagano wants to be forwardly positioned along the rail. Pentangeli has the 5th spot. And Tradition James, the lone debuter, is the last of 6. Dr. Jerry and Max Foster, they slug it out through the opening quarter. Build up nearly 4 lengths to Vagano and Pentangeli. Another 2.5 for 3 to Robbins Empire outside of the lone debuter, Tradition James. 23 seconds, and Dr. Jerry has his head in front at the 3/8. Max Foster right back at him. Pentangeli's trying to close in from 30, has a little momentum. Pentangeli getting within 3.5, racing to the quarter pole. Vagano is backpedaling. And then go to Robbins Empire and Tradition James. Max Foster, Dr. Jerry strong. Dr. Jerry still with the lead. Turning away Max Foster at least to the 8th pole. Pentangeli is 3rd. Vagano's trying to re-rally. Here comes Vagano with momentum. Going to go to the inside. Tight spot for Vagano. Dr. Jerry and Max Foster and Pentangeli in a thriller. Dr. Jerry or stablemate Pentangeli. Max Foster 3rd. 4th place, Vagano. $113 and 26 100s. Got pretty tight on the line. All sorts of action. Boy, Vagano looked like he was going nowhere near the 5/16. He came running. Dr. Jerry was huge, dealing with Max Foster throughout. Stablemate Pentangeli trying to tag him late. Paul Barrow's going to the winner's circle. It's just a matter of who's it going to be with, Dr. Jerry or Pentangeli. 113 and 26 100s, the final time. 3, Dr. Jerry first. Second place, 4, Pentangeli. Third place, 1A, Max Foster. Fourth place, 2, Vegano. And here is Dr. Jerry, a 3-year-old, a dark bear brown colt by Bustin' Stones out of the Damn Dixie Talent, owned by Roddy Valente and Darlene Belinsky. Paul Barrow is the winning trainer, winning jockey. Jeremiah Flores. Dr. Jerry was bred in New York by Dr. Jerry Belinsky and Roddy Valente. Second race is official. 3-4 1A2. The 3-3 double $28. 3-4 Paul Barrow exacta $24.40. 3-4 1 trifecta $17.25. 10-cent super 3-4-1-2 $4.42. Pick 6 starts in the third. Scratch 2. Yes, Your Honor. Heman Harkey, new jockey 4. Bastet weights 122 pounds. Waive the 7-pound apprentice allowance. A one-day pick 6 carryover better than $2,300. Dollar minimum wager. Old school style pick 6. Our Monday pick 6 in 22 minutes at 2:16.
in the paddock for race number 3. Quite a finish in the second. There was like 3 of them on the line together, but it was Dr. Jerry who got the victory. Flores for Barrow. Third race, a 5,000 claimer. Never won 3 condition, going 5.5. We do scratch the 2. Yes, Your Honor. Looking at Jackie Be Good. Does shorten up to 5.5. Didn't quite get there last time she tried 5.5, but they did go slow up front. And there was a few of them at the wire together. And then she ran into a Lone Speed winner, and Regal Rebels just kind of followed the leader around the track. Another slow pace. So it's a little questionable at the distance, shortening it up to 5.5. But she's in good form and, might be sharper at 5.5 than she was the last time she tried the distance because she was off from April till September. Wine Trail's the deep closer. She's got to hope for a pace up front. She ran a huge race going 3/4 on August 21st, running second to the Fabulous Moolah. She was 48-1 and had to take up in that race and still kept her momentum to be second. She finished behind Jackie Be Good last time, didn't really get the pace, but questionable at 5.5. That was 6 furlongs, now at 5.5. She might be able to put in a late run, but she's really going to need them to back up at 5.5 to get the win, although one of her 2 wins have occurred at the distance. All About Bella is the 3-horse. Looks to make it 2 in a row for these connections. She shortens up to 5.5 too, but bad tactics last time as she was too far off of that 48. They went way too slow for 5.5 furlongs, or for 6 furlongs, and she did have the speed to be out there with Miss Circular Gal. Her previous races were good. She had won 2 in a row before really getting tested that day. Back to 5.5. She's another one to consider in race number 3. We start the $1 pick 6 with this race. We scratch the 2. Yes, Your Honor.
Fillies and Mares, race 3, 5.5 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up now, winners of 3 races. Claimers, 5,000 the level. Scratch 2, Yes, Your Honor. Heman Harkey, new jockey 4. Bastet, the weight's 122. First leg of our Monday pick 6. 1-day carryover, $2,316. Dollar minimum wager, traditional style pick 6. About 5 minutes until the 3rd. Here's the field. Number 1 is Roz, Kevin Navarro. 3 is All About Bella, Paul Barrow, Jeremiah Flores looking for back-to-back winners. 4 is Bastet, Heman Harkey picking up the mount. Favorite is 5, Jackie Be Good, Michael Davila Jr. 6, Wine Trail, Jackie Davis. And the 7 is Bad Connection with Nazario Alvarado. 6 Fillies and Mares, our 3rd race in a little more than 4 minutes. Pick 6 time on the Monday card. 5 Jackie Be Good's the big favorite at even money. I'll put her in the 2nd spot. Probably the one to beat off her good 2nd on the 18th of September. Dylan Clark had Yes, Your Honor originally scheduled for this 3rd, but he decided to leave her in the barn. That's a positive endorsement for Jackie Be Good, a logical player here in race 3. What if we can get some pace here? What if Roz tries to gun hard from the rail? All About Bella maybe tries to show a little speed, although she's not the quickest of all. Bad Connection definitely ensures a good opening quarter. What I'm alluding to here is the 6 Wine Trail might get some pace to finally chase into. I like Jackie Davis taking over. Wine Trail had trouble 3 back on the 2nd of August when checking out of a tight spot along the rail heading into the turn. On the 21st of August, this one might have been the winner. Took up sharply at the quarter pole, was absolutely rolling. Last time out, geared up late, but unfortunately was at the mercy of the soft flow. They went 23-1 and 47-2. With the presence of Bad Connection, who should ensure a 22 and change opening quarter, Wine Trail just might get the speed she needs to make her presence felt in the final furlong. With Jackie taking over, I'll take my chances. 6 Wine Trail, my number 1 pick here in the 3rd. 5 Jackie Be Good makes a lot of sense. This is her 3rd start of the season here at Finger Lakes. Had some good form at Parks where she was 2nd 4 races ago in the 7500 N2L. Won a conditioned 7500 on the 5th of April. A good 4th against Miss Marple and Bastet. A good 2nd to Regal Rebel on the 18th of September. This is her 3rd start in a little less than a month. I always view that as a negative. We shall see. Jackie Be Good at 8-5, but a logical player. 4 Bastet is also a logical contender in this spot. Since dropping in for $5,000, she has a back-to-back good races, a 3rd place finish to a repeat winner named Boxton and Board. A good fast closing 2nd on the 5th of September. She got that good opening quarter to really make up a lot of ground. I am hoping for a similar opening quarter to benefit my top pick, Wine Trail. 4 Bastet, obviously a contender. She is a 9-5. 4 and 5, very, very logical. 3 All About Bella. When finally dropping in for $5,000 to conclude her 3-year-old season, she got to the winner's circle by a neck. She came back and scored right out of the gate on the 30th of May, another $5,000 race. Recently went in against non-winners of 3 lifetime. She didn't do much running. She's been given a lot of time off. We shall see. She'll have to win passing horses today. I don't think she is nowhere near as fast as Bad Connection or Roz. So All About Bella will have to try to win from off the pace. She was able to win from a little bit off the pace, not much, on the 11th of May when she was 4th by a neck. But look at the flow that day. It's going to be hard to see All About Bella showing this new dimension and passing horses with a legitimate pace in front of her. Hoping Bad Connection and Roz really mix it up. If so, maybe my top pick, Wine Trail, benefits from it the most. 6-5, 4-3 here in race 3, starting our Monday pick 6. The 6 fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race. The fillies and mares are just arriving at the starting gate. 5 Jackie Be Good, 6-5. 4 Bastet, 9-5. 6 fillies and mares to start our Monday pick 6. And here is Roz. Tough 2023 for Roz. Things have not gone her way this season. Here's All About Bella. Next will be Bastet. Heeman Harkey picking up the mount. Second choice at 9-5. Favoritism with Jackie Be Good. And a couple to load. Wine Trail. And Bad Connection. Jackie Be Good is in. All About Bella's acting up just a little bit. Here comes Wine Trail. And let's see, Bad Connection will be the last one to load. We'll see what kind of opening quarter she can roll with from the far outside. She is the speed. She's the last one to load. Monday pick 6 time. And there they go. Bad Connection with a quick start from the far outside. Expected to make the pace, and she does not disappoint, and she crosses over pretty easily. From Jackie Be Good, All About Bella, and here's Roz making a move into second. Bastet and Wine Trail are at the back. Bad Connection with the killer crossover, speeding clear nearly 4 lengths to Roz. Jackie Be Good's in a good spot heading into the turn. Little less than 5 off the lead. 2.5 to All About Bella. Bastet's picking up her stride. Wine Trail still at the back marker. 22 3/5 from Bad Connection, who zips along, working with 3 lengths. Roz is her closest pursuer. Bastet makes a move into third from the far outside. Jackie Be Good is fourth, then All About Bella, and Wine Trail's now trying to pick up her best stride. They got to come and get to Bad Connection. Bad Connection with the lead near the 8th pole. Bastet has momentum. She's closing in, and Wine Trail's trying to gear up to the far outside. Bad Connection comes back to her rivals. Here's Jackie Be Good. Here's Bastet. Wine Trail too little too late. Bastet. Bastet from Jackie Be Good. Wine Trail. Bad Connection fourth. One minute 7 and 76 100ths. Photo sign up on the board. Make sure to hold all tickets. Jockey's objection. Michael Davila Jr. lodging an objection against Heeman Harkey. Jockey aboard 4, Bastet. Unofficially 4, Bastet first. Second place 5, Jackie Be Good. Third place 6, Wine Trail. Fourth place 7, Bad Connection. Once again, a jockey's objection, 5 against 4 in the stretch. Make sure to hold all tickets. Entering the winner's circle is the unofficial winner, number 4, Bastet, a 6-year-old Gray Road mare by Cairo Prince out of the Damn Clever Feline, owned by Andrew Gurdon. Winning trainer, Linda Dixon. Winning jockey, the He-Man, Heman Harkey. Winner was bred in Kentucky by Harvey Clark. After reviewing the stretch run, the stewards have ruled there will be no change to the order of finish. Third race will stand as is, 4, 5, 6, 7. Race 3 is official. 4, 5, 6, 7, top 4 finishers. A 3, 4 daily double, $20. A 4, 5 exacta, $12.60. 4, 5, 6 trifecta, $6.10. 4, 5, 6, 7, 10-cent super, $4.27. Pick 5 will start in the 4th race. Number 2, Pretty Miss Keen's 2 pounds over. Post time in about 20 minutes at 2:46.
in the paddock for race number 4. And a little bumping going on in the third, but Bastet holds on to the victory. That for trainer Linda Dixon. I'll start off the $1 pick 6. We go to the fourth and start a pick 5. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. It's a never won 3 for fillies and mares. A couple inside horses look like numbers wise they lay over the rest of them. You got Pretty Miss Keynes, who did run poorly in her last race. She's off the layoff since that race. Thin leg, looked like the inside speed. She actually didn't have an excuse in her last race. She just ran into a pretty good one in Brisky Frolic. That one proved to be much the best. But those two both drop into 5,000. Seem to have a little bit of class edge on the rest of these bottom claimers. Now, Thin Legs does look like the inside speed of the race. She'll try to carry her speed at 5.5. She stopped late last time, but again, it was a better field that she was up against in that race. So the 2-horse Pretty Miss Keynes was rolling. She had a victory and then a second place finish to Our Little Tiger. It was a bet down to be a favorite going longer, 6 furlongs last time, and just didn't have it. Chased a little bit and then backed up. Shortens up to 5.5 today, and definitely looks like a player against these $5,000 claimers. She's currently the favorite at odds of 7 to 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 5 starts in race number 4.
Race 4, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races, $5,000 claimer, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs. 2 Pretty Miss Keynes, 2 pounds over. First leg of our Monday pick 5, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Thin Legs, Michael Davila Jr., the current favorite, 6 to 5. Number 2, Pretty Miss Keynes, Emmanuel Di Diego, second choice at 3 to 2. 3 is Lady Mistress, Christian Navarro. 4 is Subtle Giant, Louis Perez. 5 is Midmon, Jose Baez. Next will be 6, Tracy's Girl, Rafael Rohina Jr. And 7 is Pal's Ally, Jackie Davis. Field of 7, the 4th in a little more than 4 minutes. Race 4, 1, 2, 5, 3 for me here in the fourth race. The one Thin Legs finally is in against a group that she should be very formidable. She's been showing good speed against much, much better. Things haven't gone too well for her in 2023, 0 for 5 with only a couple of third place finishes, but that has been against a lot better competition. Missing Fortune, 3-back. Little Miss Sunshine, 2-back with Golden Moonlight and Warsaichi. Last time out when dropping in for 11, ran a much improved race. She has good speed from the inside. This is her best chance to succeed since she broke her maiden and captured her very next start, or captured her start against the allowance N2L ranks back on Halloween in 2022. Lots and lots of early speed from the rail, and I think it's an aggressive placing, and it's where she belongs. We'll see. Two Pretty Miss Keens. I don't have a lot of excuses for her on the 12th of August. Her races before that were very, very good. Didn't run much as the Even Money favorite in the middle of August. Looks like she was avoided claim that afternoon. Now drops all the way in for $5,000. Some conflicting info there. Obviously, the races 4, 3, and 2-back make her dangerous to Thin Legs. The 1 and the 2 both dominating the board, both 7 to 5. How about the 5 Midmon? Just a couple of races ago in a similar condition, she was 7 to 2, or just under 7 to 2. Ran a third to the Fabulous Moolah and Wine Trail. Last time out, didn't run much against Regal Rebel and Jackie Be Good. A good second 3 races ago. Again, Started with Stars. She's offering a little value at double-digit odds of 10 to 1. 1, 2, 5 here in the fourth. Did put down the 3 Lady Mistress for the 4th position. Hasn't done much running, but it's been against a better. It's her first start in quite some time. Not really sure why I picked her 4th. 1, 2, 5, 3 here in the 4th. Starting our pick 5. One minute post time in a minute. It's post time for the fourth race. Ava Money, Thin Legs, 8-5, Pretty Miss Keens. Thin Legs, the first of 7 into the gate. Here is her main nemesis, Pretty Miss Keens. At least from a wagering standpoint. Lady Mistress moving forward. Next will be Subtle Giant. There's Midmon. Big long shot Tracy's Girl and Pal's Ally will be the last of 7. There's Pal's Ally, just about ready for the pick 5. And there they go. Quick start, Thin Legs. Pretty Miss Keens showing good speed. These two get engaged very early out of the starting gate. Lady Mistress third with Midmon in the 4th spot. Following them, Subtle Giant, Pal's Ally, and Tracy's Girl. Thin Legs and Pretty Miss Keens. They hook up initially, and they have opened up by nearly 4 lengths to Lady Mistress. Almost a length back to Midmon. Similar margin back to Subtle Giant and Pal's Ally. Tracy's Girl. 91-1 on the board. The last of 7 at the 3/8. And Thin Legs is a little quicker than Pretty Miss Keens. Thin Legs with the lead. Pretty Miss Keens tries to stay close. And Lady Mistress tries to close in from third, but she's 5 from Thin Legs, who looks tough past the quarter pole. We go to Midmon, Subtle Giant, and Pal's Ally. In the lane, Thin Legs gets away from Pretty Miss Keens. Thin Legs, the one to overhaul, working with 2.5 near the 8th pole. Pretty Miss Keens has been chasing her the entire trip. She is not giving up, and she is coming back. Here comes Pretty Miss Keens trying to reel in Thin Legs. Thin Legs and Pretty Miss Keens, 1-2 throughout. Thin Legs. Thin Legs from Pretty Miss Keens and Subtle Giant. And checking in 4th was Lady Mistress. One minute 6 and 66/100ths, the final time. Top 2 in the wagering, top 2 throughout the running of the 4th. Number 1, Thin Legs, all the way to Pretty Miss Keens, all the way in 2nd. 3rd place, 4, Subtle Giant. 4th place, 3, Lady Mistress. 1-2, 4-3. 1-2, 4-3 in today's 4th. Entering the winner's circle is number 1, Thin Legs on the class drop, a 4-year-old Gray-Roan filly by Mission Impossible out of the damn thin dress. Owned and trained by Jim Aquilano, winning jockey Michael Davila Jr. The winner was bred in New York by LRE Racing LLC. Race 4 is official, 1-2, 4-3. The double 4 won $11.80, a 1-2 exacta $5.20, 1-2-4 a trifecta $5. 1-2-4-3 10-cent super $6.97. 3-4-1 early pick 3 $9.75. 2-3 with 3 with 4 with 1 the early pick 4 $30.12. Fifth race starts our late pick 4, 6-foot traffic, 3 pounds over. One Regal Empire with an additional workout. 28th of September, Finger Lakes fast track that morning, half mile, 51.40 seconds breezing. Race 5 in about 22 minutes at 3:16.
Got 12 minutes to post for race number 5. Looking back at the 4th, no big surprise. Those two laid over the field. Thin Legs got the jump on Pretty Miss Keynes being inside of her. She was able to cruise the victory under Michael Davila for owner-trainer Jim Aquilano. Short Exacta in the 4th. 5th race starts the late pick 4, which includes our feature, the Jack Better Be Right Stakes, which is race number 7. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. Well, there's a few you can make a case for in here. Triton's Creed will attempt to go long for the second time and stays at the 5,000 level, the bottom level. And last time may have just got beat by a better horse and annoyed his spirit. No other excuse than that. I mean, he did get pressed in that race, and now he's the inside speed again. And it all depends on how fast he's forced to go early and if he improves off of that route race, as he does shorten up a little bit, going 1.70 miles. Figured him to run better with a stretch out, and also helped that he dropped to 5 last time. So a winnable spot here for Triton's Creed, but it could be pace dependent how much pressure he gets in the early stages. A lot of early play on the 5. Bears Correct. Bears Correct dropped last time to this level. It was a softer field in a sprint race, so this will be the first time going long here at Finger Lakes for 5,000, and it might be a better distance for Bears Correct, who was facing so much tougher maidens before arriving here, although his route races aren't any better than his sprint races when he was in New York, so tough to gauge Bears Correct, but may run better just having a second trip here at Finger Lakes, much less the extra distance. The 7 is Interchanger. Well, finished right behind Triton's Creed in that last race, battled a little bit. They were all right there as they were getting to the stretch, and then he just kind of got a little tired at the end. But at least it was an improved performance from his last appearance at Finger Lakes when he ran for 11-9 and just didn't fire at all. So the drop helped, the break might have helped a little bit, and Interchanger looks to be the second Mendelssohn to win today. Remember, horse sired by Mendelssohn won the first race today. Philharmonic won race number 1 for Nick Zito. So Interchanger representing Mendelssohn in this race, and is a definite threat off of a good, improved third-place finish last time. Those are some of the contenders for the 5th. It starts the late pick 4. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available in here.
Coming onto the track for race 5, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up maiden claimers, 5,000 the level. 6-foot traffic, 3 pounds over. Here they are. Number 1, Regal Empire, Stephen Fratt. 2 is Triton's Creed, Louis Perez, the favorite at 9-5. 3, Tizza Brown, Rafael Rohina Jr. 4 is Micro Dempsey, Joel Zonier. 5, Bears Correct, Michael Davila Jr. looking for back-to-back winners. 6 is Foot Traffic, Juan Diaz, 3 pounds over. Let's get to the 7, Interchanger, Heeman Harkey looking for another score. As is Maddie Martin. She will be the pilot aboard the 8, Haneni, Nick Zito, Masarosa, all looking for doubles. Skipping the parade, 6 Foot Traffic, Juan Diaz. 1 Regal Empire with an additional workout, 28th of September here at Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 51.40 seconds breezing. Our 5th race in a little more than 4 minutes. It will start the late pick 4. Going to come right back with the 2 Triton's Creed. I believe he was my top selection on the 13th of September. Ran a decent race. Thought the winner looked good. The winner was on a class drop, Anointed Spirit. Triton's Creed was making his first start around 2 turns. Had a very disadvantageous outside post. Should benefit with a much better inside trip this afternoon. I'll make him my top pick, 2 Triton's Creed at even money. Not in love with the price by any means. 7 and 8 thereafter with the 8 Haneni, a little more emphasis. Nick Zito hasn't been messing around when venturing to Finger Lakes. He's already has a couple of wins this season, including a thorough victory in the opener. Very impressive score with Philharmonic. Philharmonic capturing the Monday opener with the utmost ease. Haneni doesn't have much form, but hey, that's why he's in for $5,000. Perhaps he will wake up like other Nick Zito trainees that have ventured here to Finger Lakes. 7 Interchanger. I suppose if you like the 2 Triton's Creed, you got to take a look at the 7 Interchanger. I'll say this, Interchanger has been running in longer races, so Triton's Creed, who was making his first start around the 2 turns on the 13th of September, I think has a little more upside. Interchanger, if he was going to get his number, probably would have been on the 13th of September. Now that Interchanger has that race under his belt around the 2-turn distance, I give him a little bit more of an edge. But 7 Interchanger, you know, it's a good angle when you look for horses that are obvious favorites like the 2 Triton's Creed. Go find horses that have run against him in the company lines, and that is the 7 Interchanger, who's currently a 7-2. 5 Bears Correct is stretching out to the added real estate this afternoon, this 1 mile and 70-yard affair. His first start here at Finger Lakes was on the 13th of September. Didn't really run much. That was in a sprint. Hasn't done much running throughout his career, but perhaps here at Finger Lakes for this 5,000 bottom level, maybe he will wake up just a little bit. War Dancer. We've seen a lot of good things from the War Dancer bloodline here at Finger Lakes in the 2023 season. Maybe Bears Correct can wake up just a little bit, although not offering much value at 9-2 for a horse that's only been able to manage 1/3 from 16 lifetime starts. 2-8-7-5 in the 5th, starting the late pick 4. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fifth race. Big favorite, the 2 Triton's Creed, 4-5. 7 and 8, Interchanger and Haneni, both 3-1 in the wagering. Foot traffic is the first of 8 into the gate. There's Haneni to the far outside. Ready to load Regal Empire to post position 1. There's Triton's Creed. Long shot, Tizza Brown. Micro Dempsey, also a big number on the board. 3 and 4, 61-1 and 52-1 respectively. Triton's Creed dominating the wagering at even money. There's Bears Correct. Foot traffic was the first of 8 into the gate. Haneni was the second of 8, so one more to load. That is Interchanger, one from the outside. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Bears Correct is showing speed with the favorite Triton's Creed, who's a little quicker. Interchanger strides into third. Haneni will be a little deep entering into the first turn. Behind them races Tizza Brown. He's in the 5th spot. Regal Empire is 6th. I'm going to Foot Traffic and Micro Dempsey. So Triton's Creed has the lead. Haneni wants to apply pressure from the far outside. Interchanger forwardly positioned in 3rd. Tizza Brown makes a move for 4th, racing with Bears Correct. Break of at least 6 lengths back to Regal Empire, flanked by Micro Dempsey. Foot Traffic showing no pace. He's at the back. So they race at the 5/8, and Triton's Creed has the lead. Tizza Brown at 99-1 is going to try to make him move a little earlier. Triton's Creed and Tizza Brown. And chasing them, Haneni, along with Interchanger and Bears Correct on top of the action from the extreme outside. 8 lengths back to Regal Empire. Micro Dempsey doing nothing. Foot Traffic at the back. Triton's Creed at the 3/8. Interchanger tries to make a move into second, currently held by Tizza Brown. Haneni's been covering ground from the far outside. Bears Correct is even paced in midfield. And they go to Regal Empire. So it's Triton's Creed with the lead. Haneni and Interchanger have been chasing him for a long time. Triton's Creed with the advantage at the top of the lane. But Haneni and Interchanger still have looks. Triton's Creed with the lead at the 3/16. Haneni comes under pressure from the outside. Interchanger is 3rd from the rail. And dropping out of it, Tizza Brown. Triton's Creed at 4-5. No real late threats. Triton's Creed all the way. Haneni 2nd, and Interchanger and Tizza Brown for the super at a huge number. Somewhat of a stagger fest here in the 5th. 2 Triton's Creed gained the upper hand immediately out of the gate and just kept on going with a steady flow. Nothing spectacular, but he will get his photo taken this afternoon. 147 and 62/100ths the final time. 8 Haneni checking in 2nd, 3rd place 7 Interchanger, and the 3 Tizza Brown at a big number completes the superfecta. 2, Triton's Creed makes his way into the winner's circle. A 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Jimmy Creed. Out of the dam, Nautical N. Owned by Happy Face Racing Stable. Winning trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Winning jockey Louis Perez, the Diamond Man. Winner was bred in New York by Brushy Hill Enterprises, LLC. And race 5 is official. 2873 top 4 finishers. A 1-2 double $8.20. 2-8 exacta $8. 2-8-7 trifecta $3.95. 10-cent super 2873 $5.15. 4-1-2 pick 3 $5.90. Hard to generate value this afternoon. On to race 6, scratch 7 under the knife. 7 under the knife stays in the barn. Race 6 starts our late pick 3. Post time in about 22 minutes at 3:47. We had a claim out of the fifth race. The runner-up, 8 Haneni, in a two-way shake moves to the barn of Mike Lazessi, new owner Raymond Zemko. A claim from race 5. The runner-up, 8 Haneni, moving to the barn of Mike Lazessi, new owner Raymond Zemko. Two-way shake, number 8 Haneni.
All right, late pick three. Last pick three starts with race number 6. As advertised, Triton's Creed able to control the pace in the race number 5 and get the victory for Louis Perez and Happy Face Racing Stable. And they are having a very good 2023. Let's look at the 6th race. It's an allowance race, never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. A lot of early play on Tommy Gunn. Tommy Gunn, who has faced some tough competition, broke his maiden for 30,000 at Belmont, and that was the first start of the year after running in Kentucky last September. So it was off a layoff that day. Has only had 3 starts since, all against winners, and has been getting closer each time. Last time a second place finish against the 25,000s at Saratoga. That's good enough to be competitive in here, and he might just be the speed of the speed in this race and get the front. He should be very formidable in this spot. Tommy Gunn at odds of 1-2. The 6 Pop Coyer's 3 straight second place finishes after breaking his maiden, and kind of just got up to get the maiden victory. So the question is, does he have the nose for the wire? But he's been against some tough customers coming through the 2 lifetime condition, including Jack and Bernie, who looks the part, looks like a stakes horse. That one has won 3 in a row. And then last time finishing second, just missing against Gold in Them Hills. But it does leave the question, does this horse want to win? Same distance today, 5.5, and really hard not to use Pop Coyer and not to see him in the mix somewhere. Maybe he'll get another second. 3 in a row for Pop Coyer. Should be very formidable as well in this spot. Busting Credit right now is a long shot finish ahead of Pop Coyer in that race. A good effort. He shortened up to 5.5, and it was a better effort. He hung around in that race behind Golden Them Hills and Pop Coyer. So he'll have to improve off of that effort to win this one. But at least he did show improvement last time with the addition of blinkers. Not getting any early play, but would expect him to get a little more place because of all the early money on Tommy Gunn, that he's such a big price right now. An interesting one is the 8, Believe in Josh, kind of the wild card in here. Started off his career, remember that upset victory in his first career start as a 2-year-old. He was at odds of 30-1, defeated next winner Shifty's Halo, and it was a good effort, but he came off the layoff and really was ambitiously placed, finding a really tough spot on the turf, going long, first time against winners, and just got tired, and understandably so. Then he tried to run against Firehard, but last race maybe you can forgive and draw a line through because this horse did rear up at the start. So if you liked him last time at 7-2, as he did take a lot of money in that race, maybe you like him a little bit today, as he does add Lasix, coming off a little bit of a break since that last effort. And some of the contenders getting some play for the 6. A lot of early money on Tommy Gunn. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
Race 6, 3-year-olds and up. Non-winners of 2 races, allowance condition. Sprinting 5.5 furlongs, scratch 7 under the knife, leaving us with a field of 7. This race will start our late pick 3 and post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Tacony Road, Nazario Alvarado. 2 is Busting Credit, Joel Cruz. Paul Barrow looking for a training double. Big favorites, the 3, Tommy Gunn, John Davila Jr. 1-2 in the wagering. Here's the other Paul Barrow trainee, the 4, Connect the Brox, Jeremias Flores looking for 2 on the Monday card. As is trainer Linda Dixon, she conditions 5, Mashindi in the Irons Cabercoa. 6 is Pop Coyer, second choice 7-2, Kevin Navarro, scratch 7 under the knife, completing the post parade 8, Believe in Josh Heeman Hartke looking for a riding double. Field of 7, race 6 in a little more than 4 minutes. Race 6 starts our late pick 3, a nice late pick 3 sequence with some allowance races and a stakes race sandwiched in between. Short price favorite 3, Tommy Gunn, obviously getting a big time benefit with the scratch of 7 under the knife, who looked to be his main pace nemesis. Tommy Gunn looks to be the clear-cut speed here in race 6, and the race will go through him. Well, when I back a horse, I guess I'm going to go all the way to the wire, and that's the 2, Busting Credit. I've been on him since the very beginning this season. No reason to stop now. At least I'm going to get rewarded if he comes through this afternoon. He is a very juicy 17-1 on the board. I like this horse's debut run. I liked his second career start. His third start was his best start, getting to the winner's circle in fine fashion. I remember talking to Paul Barrow earlier in the season. He told me Busting Credit was a little green, a little immature, still trying to figure it out. Thought I saw a little bit more professionalism from him on the 4th of September. I'm hoping that was with the addition of the blinkers. Let's see what kind of run we can get for our money. He is 17-1. But I'm not a fool, and I know that the 3, Tommy Gunn, holds all the aces here in our race 6. That maiden 30 against Statebreds at Belmont in the middle of May, stamps him as the one to beat. And like I mentioned, with under the knife scratching, Tommy Gunn looks to have a clear-cut pace advantage. The race goes through him. 6, Pop Coyer. Boy, I'll tell you what, I guess when it's all said and done, if Tommy Gunn cruises in gate-to-wire fashion, as the board indicates, and Pop Coyer runs a good second, he's going to be sitting there scratching his head going, when am I going to get to a race where I don't have to run into a buzzsaw? Because that's been the case for Pop Coyer in his last 3 races ever since he graduated. 10 Cent Town was a Billy Morey invader on the 10th of July. Jack and Bernie looks like a very promising individual here at Finger Lakes. Golden Them Hills was a very highly thought of 2-year-old last season and looked good winning on the 4th of September. What I'm getting at is Pop Coyer just has had not an easy time this season since graduating, running up against buzzsaws, and it looks like he has another one to deal with Tommy Gunn. Then you get the 1, Tacony Road for the boisterous Tim Murphy. You know, if Tacony Road's in the battle inside the final furlong, we're going to hear it from Murph up here in the booth down there on the apron. Tacony Road outran his odds when he graduated on the 28th of June. This is the 3-year-old Obey Gelding by Tim Murphy's very promising mare Finger Painter, who was pretty fun to watch here for many, many seasons. We'll see if Tacony Road can get back to the way he looked when he graduated. 2-3-6-1. There are others to talk about, but you know what? We can leave it here with the 4. 2-3-6-1, my top 4 here in race 6. 1 minute less than 1 minute until post time. It's post time for race 6. Big favorite 3, Tommy Gunn at 3-5. 6, Pop Coyer. Solid second choice, 3-1. Tacony Road, the first of 7 into the gate. There's Busting Credit, 1 of 2 for Paul Barrow. Tommy Gunn, the big favorite, will be next. The other Paul Barrow trainee is Connect the Brox. There's Mashindi, 4th in the New York Breeders' Futurity as a 2-year-old. Pop Coyer, clear-cut second choice. And Brooke and Jeffrey Ficarella's Believe in Josh to the outside. Josh looked pretty good yesterday with the Buffalo Bills. There's Believe in Josh. And there they go. Busting Credit is quickly away along with Tommy Gunn and Pop Coyer. From the rail is Tacony Road. I Believe in Josh strides into the 5th spot. Then Connect the Brox and Mashindi. Busting Credit and Tommy Gunn are 1-2. And Pop Coyer sets up shop from 3rd, sharing that spot with Tacony Road. Believe in Josh has a little less than 3.5 to find heading into the turn. Length and after Mashindi and Connect the Brox. Busting Credit has the lead as they race to the 5/16, and Tommy Gunn remains all over them. 2.5 to Tacony Road with Pop Coyer. Believe in Josh joins them from the far outside. Mashindi is second last with Connect the Brox. And Tommy Gunn has come away with the lead as Busting Credit's back to second. Tommy Gunn and Busting Credit. Pop Coyer is 3rd outside of Tacony Road. Believe in Josh is in the 5th position. And Tommy Gunn gets away from Busting Credit. Tommy Gunn has the lead in deep stretch. Tommy Gunn at 4-5. Tacony Road fighting for second with Pop Coyer. And it's pretty tight for that spot. Busting Credit checked in 4th. Tommy Gunn, he's the winner. One minute 5 and 71/100. 3, Tommy Gunn, perfectly handled by the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer John Davila Jr., just sitting a very, very chilly trip right alongside of Busting Credit. John Huey had Busting Credit the entire trip, and Tommy Gunn does not disappoint as the big favorite. Pretty tight for 2nd and 3rd. 1 minute 5 and 71/100, the final time. Number 1, Tacony Road finishes 2nd, 3rd place 6, Pop Coyer, 4th place 2, a Busting Credit. 3-1-6-2 up on the board. Race 6 is official. 3-1-6-2, top 4 finishers. Tommy Gunn. 4-year-old, a dark bear brown gelding by Union Jackson out of the Dam 1 Gun. Owned by Michael Dubb. Winning a trainer is Michael Maker. Winning jockey, the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Davila Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Sequel Thoroughbreds LLC. 2-3 double, $7.30. A 3-1 exacta, $13.80. 3-1-6 trifecta, $8.45. 10-cent super, 3-1-6-2, $4.70. Race 7 is the Monday feature, the $50,000 guaranteed Jack Better Be Right Stakes. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, New York breds, 1 mile and 1/16, non-LASIK stakes race. Scratches 1, 6, 7, and 9, True Empress, Know It All Audrey, Zaratoga Kisses, and Allure Fortune. 1, 6, 7, and 9 out of the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. 5 Eros' Girl, 1 pound over. And post time for the 7th race is in 21 minutes at 4:17. It will commence our late daily double.
We're getting ready for our feature race of today's card, the Jack Bettaby Wright Stakes. That'll be race number 7. We're going a distance of 1 mile and a 16th. It's for New York bred fillies and mares. But looking back at the 6, Tommy Gunn for Mike Maker, man, that horse looked good. As John Davila able to rein that speed in and just draw away from that field. First race of Finger Lakes for Tommy Gunn, and it's over. Tommy Gunn gets the victory in the 6th. Okay, let's look at the stake. This is for fillies and mares. Goes 1 mile and a 16th. We run this annually. You do have the 2 most notables are the ones that are getting most of the early play. That's no surprise. We are down to 6 betting interests with these scratches. True Empress, the 1 is scratch. The 6, 7, and 9 all scratched out of here. All trainer scratches in today's stakes race. Now, the 2 most notables, you got Fenty Valentine, who's just has just got a better resume, company kept, than anybody in this field. She might be vulnerable here coming to Finger Lakes, but at this distance also. But she's got experience not running with Lasix. She's got experience against some really tough New York bred races with New York bred stakes. She also finished 2nd in a grade 3, the Gazelle, last year. So she's got quite the resume coming in here to face our $50,000 New York breds. So she figures to be one tough customers against these and is getting a lot of early action, and deservedly so. Now, you also got the 2, Gone and Forgotten, and she is the hometown hero. She's got that home field advantage, and she's been the best older filly and mare on the grounds the last 2 seasons. Well, she won the Jack Bettaby Wright last year. She made the same kind of schedule. Last year she won the Arctic Queen and then won the Jack Bettaby Wright. So she's looking for a replay of last year, trying to win both $50,000 stakes races. Well, her numbers aren't quite the same as Venti Valentine, but again, home field advantage sometimes goes a long way here. And that 1 win that she has, she's 1 for 1 the distance, that was at the Jack Bettaby Wright Stakes last year. And, you know, she's just a horse that knows how to win, and that's the big thing. And you look at the overall record. She's got 11 wins in 17 starts with 2 seconds and 2/3. So she's definitely got that nose for the wire, and she's going to be one of the main contenders in here. She's right now the 2nd choice on the board at 4-1. And if you looked at the board, you'd think that it was a 2-horse race. But there are some others in here that, numbers-wise, can compete with those 2. I mean, you got Missing Fortune, who earned a big number last time, a 75 buyer, winning at Saratoga. You might question going long. This will be the first time in a while that she's gone long, since September, but she's never missed the board in her 5 starts in routes. She's got 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a 3rd in her career going long. So the distance is not an issue at all for Missing Fortune. It's just those races were in allowance conditions, and this is a stakes race. See how good she is in here. She's currently at odds of 12-1, and that's only because the 3's 1-9 and the 2's 4-1. Those are the only 2, and they're the most notables, and they're the ones getting play. Eros's Girl's another interesting one. I mean, Eros's Girl maybe doesn't quite have the numbers as these. It did get beat by Gone and Forgotten when they faced in July in an allowance race, and then didn't fire at all at Saratoga. Well, I don't want to say that because that was pretty good competition that she was up against. Last race, she got beat by a pretty good one in Take Charge Christie. And if that one was a New York bred, she'd be awfully tough in here too. But Eros's Girl, consistent horse. Keep in mind, she won the 3-year-old stakes race last year. She won the Niagara Stakes going short and then hit the board in the Oaks. So she's got some class, and she can maybe hit the board in here. But again, the most notables, if Venti Valentine runs her race, she's going to win here. But Gone and Forgotten is going to defend her title, and she's at 4-1. So those are the main contenders. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in our feature. It is the Jack Bettaby Wright Stakes. We scratched the 1, 6, 7, and 9.
Race 7 is our Monday featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed Jack Better Be Right Stakes. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, New York breds, 1 mile and 1/16. Scratches 1, 6, 7, and 9. Here's the group. 2 is Gone and Forgotten, the defending champion. She is owned by Barry Schwartz, conditioned by Michael S. Ferraro. Louis Perez, her regular jockey. 3 is Venti Valentine, the big favorite at 1 to 5, owned by New York Final Furlong Racing Stable and Parkland Thoroughbreds. Her trainer is Jorge Abreu, and her jockey is Dylan Davis. 4, She's as Cold as Ice, owned by Langpap Stables, conditioned by M. Anthony Ferraro. Jackie Davis is the jockey. Stablemate 5, Eros' Girl, owned and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, the jockey Emmanuel Di Diego. 8 is Missing Fortune, owned by Ashley Lilly, conditioned by Dana Saul. Her jockey is Kay Bracoa. And the 10 is Henry Stedman's Curly Girl, conditioned by Paul Barrow. Joel Cruz is in the irons. Once again, 1, 6, 7, and 9, all scratch from the Jack Better Be Right Stakes 5, Eros' Girl, 1 pound over the weight. A field of 6 commencing our late daily double, our Monday feature in a little more than 4 minutes. Well, fans, feature race time on the Monday card. We've had a lot of trouble trying to generate some value on today's program. Let's see if we can shock the world with my top pick. I know you're probably shaking your head down there going, here he goes again. This guy goes fishing all the time, doesn't catch much. Thought he'd be a little thinner the way he doesn't catch much in the fishing department. But I'm looking at the 10, Curly Girl. Curly Girl, 29 to 1. I loved her victory on the 25th of July, loved her victory on the 22nd of May, in a little bit of an in and out pattern, which bodes well for today. A good second, a Gone and Forgotten when sprinting in the middle of August. You know, the other time she tried this 1 mile and 1/16 distance was in a very good New York Oaks last season, and she had all sorts of trouble. She was third, blocked at the quarter pole. She was full of run, might have been able to spring the upset that day. We lose 4 of the fillies and mares, so she's not going to be stuck out there in no man's land like it is looked like it would be with the field of 10. Now a field of 6. Maybe Joel Cruz can try to negotiate a stalking trip. And I'm going to try to spring the upset here with my top pick, number 10, Curly Girl, at 29 to 1. 2, Gone and Forgotten, is the defending champion. She has been our top filly and mare the last couple of seasons. She's very versatile. She can win sprinting. She wins running long races. She wins on fast tracks. She wins on wet racetracks. And she is offering value today, fans. You're getting 3 to 1 on a very, very nice mare who absolutely loves it here at Finger Lakes. 16 starts, 11 wins, 2 seconds, and 2/3. Her best race makes her right there. Venti Valentine, the big favorite at 1 to 4. Look at her resume, $617,000. You know, once upon a time when she was a 3-year-old last season, she was on the Kentucky Oaks Trail. In fact, she raced in the Kentucky Oaks in 2022. Didn't run too well that afternoon. Came back and ran a distant 4th, finishing last in the Mother Goose. Since then, she's back in against New York breds, with the exception of her race 2 back. She has all the proper credentials. She deserves the top billing, no question about it. With a nice size field, or a quaint size field of 6, she should be somewhat forwardly positioned coming out of these 1-turn races. You know, the Wilson Chute, I guess a 1.5 turn, as Seth Merrow put it yesterday. Other than that, 1-turn races at Belmont. We'll see how she negotiates the 2 turns. At Churchill Downs in the Kentucky Oaks, she was up the track. In the Fleet Indian, she ran 3rd, going 1 mile and 1/8. I know that's against superior competition. I'm willing to take a little swing against her at 2 to 5. If she beats me, hey, you know what? It'll be fun to watch her win the race and call her winning the Jack Better Be Right. And we don't get rewarded at 2 to 5, so we're going to try to take a swing with the 10 and the 2 on top of her. After that, the 5, Eros' Girl, who finished in front of my top selection when they faced off as 3-year-olds in the New York Oaks. Eros' Girl ran a very good race, finishing 2nd in last year's New York Oaks. You know, this year she started out the season very, very positively. She won by 2 lengths in her comeback race on the 30th of May. Since then, she's kind of regressed a little bit. 3rd by 1.5 lengths thereafter against Gone and Forgotten. Recently is an odds-on favorite. Picked up her best stride a little late. She will lose her jockey to Gone and Forgotten, but she picks up Emmanuel Di Diego, who's riding pretty good this season. Her stablemate is the 4, She's as Cold as Ice, who's Really hoping for a tremendous pace battle up front. Doesn't look that way on paper. She's as cold as ice, does her best running from far, far out of it. And then you get the 8, Missing Fortune. A big shout out to Dana Saul, who's done a great job with Ashley Lilly with Missing Fortune. She's had a big 2023, 5 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds, just under $100,000 in earnings, including a good victory recently at Saratoga. She stretches out for the first time as a 4-year-old. That is the group for today's Monday feature. The Jack Better Be Right post time in a couple of minutes. Venti Valentine, the big favorite at 1-2. One minute post time in about a minute for the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. It's post time for the Monday featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed Jack Better Be Right Stakes. Venti Valentine, the big favorite at 1-2. She's looking for her 6th career victory, quite a bankroll. Competed in last year's Kentucky Oaks, the Mother Goose thereafter. Venti Valentine venturing to Finger Lakes, the big favorite in the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. And here is the top filly and mare the last 2 seasons here at Finger Lakes, the defending champion, Gone and Forgotten. She's looking for her 12th career score. Venti Valentine joins her in the starting gate. The stablemate, She's as Cold as Ice, and Eros' Girl. Eros' Girl moving forward, and a couple to load. Missing Fortune and Curly Girl. Curly Girl will be the last one to load to the outside. Venti Valentine 2-5. Ready for the Monday feature. And there they go in the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. Curly Girl comes away in last. Gone and Forgotten quickly away, headed by Missing Fortune. Eros' Girl is third. Venti Valentine guided to the outside. Curly Girl just a tad ranked through the early stages. Little deep heading into that first turn. And She's as Cold as Ice will set up shop at the back of the pack. So on the front end, it is Missing Fortune. And here's Venti Valentine securing a beautiful stocking trip from second. And Curly Girl's into third, covering Gone and Forgotten. The defending champion is a little less than 4 lengths off the lead. 2.5 to Eros' Girl, a length and a half to her stablemate, She's as Cold as Ice. 24 3/5 for Missing Fortune and Venti Valentine, the big favorite, right alongside. They work with better than 3 lengths to Curly Girl, who solidifies the third spot up the backstretch run. Gone and Forgotten drifts back off the pace. She is in the 4th position, little less than 8 off the lead. Eros's Girl to her inside with She's As Cold As Ice from the rail. And Missing Fortune continues with the lead. Venti Valentine, a powerful presence to her outside at the 3/8. And it's nearly a 5 lengths to Curly Girl, still in 3rd. Gone and Forgotten with a lot of work to do outside of She's As Cold As Ice. And Eros's Girl is at the back. And it's Venti Valentine who puts her head in front at the quarter pole. Missing Fortune running valiant. Here's Gone and Forgotten making a move into 3rd from the outside of Curly Girl. She's As Cold As Ice tries to quicken with her. And Venti Valentine opens up with ease, getting away from Missing Fortune. And Venti Valentine is a good-looking New York bred filly. This will be her 6th career victory. And she cruises under Dylan Davis in the Jack Better Be Right Stakes. For Missing Fortune, 3rd was tight. She's As Cold As Ice or Gone and Forgotten. No disappointments from 3, Venti Valentine, running a big race in her first start ever here at Finger Lakes. Just too much class in her corner. And Dylan Davis just cruised Venti Valentine throughout the running of the Jack Better Be Right. 146 and 45 100ths the final time. 8, Missing Fortune. Her Cinderella season continues. A good runner-up effort, although distant, but good. And 3rd and 4th is very tight. Please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry signs coming up on the board. A jockey's objection, 2 against 4 in deep stretch. The inquiry and jockey's objection does not affect the unofficial top 2 finishers. For She's As Cold As Ice has been posted 3rd. 4th place 2, Gone and Forgotten. Once again, inquiry signs up on the board. Jockey's objection, 2 against 4. This does not affect the unofficial top 2 finishers. Venti Valentine, her 6th career victory. 4-year-old chestnut filly by Firing Line out of the Damn Glory Gold, owned by New York Final Furlong Racing Stable, along with Parkland Thoroughbreds. Jorge Abreu is the winning trainer, winning jockey. Dylan Davis. Venti Valentine was bred in New York by Final Furlong Racing Stable, along with Maspeth. Very nice New York bred filly. Venti Valentine. Easily the best in the Jack Better Be Right. Once again, stewards are reviewing the stretch run involving an incident involving the 2 and the 4. Does not affect the unofficial top 2 finishers. Feature race trophy presentation time. Mr. Jack Keller, our clerk of scales, and Todd Height, director of racing, are both in the winner's circle, accompanying the winning connections of Venti Valentine. Big congratulations to New York Final Furlong Racing Stables and Parkland Thoroughbreds. Venti Valentine, much the best winner of the Jack Better Be Right. After reviewing the stretch run, the stewards have ruled there will be no change to the order of finish. Order of finish will remain 3-8-4-2, 3-8-4-2 in the Jack Bettamy right. And race 7, the Monday feature, is in the books officially. 3-8-4-2, the double 3-3, $4.20, 3-8 exacta, $6.30, 3-8-4 trifecta, $7.10, 10-cent super 3-8-4-2, $3.12. One more race to go on the Monday card. Matty Martin, new jockey 2 over the cap. The weight is good. Post time in 21 minutes at 4:49. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch for our Monday nightcap, number 9, Old Point. 9, Old Point is a late scratch. In the nightcap, late scratch 9, Old Point.
Okay, we're about to conclude this Monday card with race number 8, and this Monday feature, well, it was over early as Vente Valentine won for fun in that race. She was the big favorite, and she won like it. Showed her class. Dylan Davis for Jorge Abreu and Vente Valentine will take the Jack Better Be Right Stakes easily. Well, we finish off the day with a longer route. This one goes 1 mile and an eighth, but it is allowance horses, never won 2 condition. Exacta Try and Super offered in today's final race on the card. And a little more competitive than that feature race. And looking at the board right now, the money is spread out. You see, it's pretty competitive as far as the betting, and one of them will be landed as a favorite. I think Predicted could be one of the main threats. Mo Trump's a tricky read. It's to see how he'll run, as he's had nothing but excuses. But I did lean towards Predicted just on class of what kind of maidens that he was up against before facing winners. He was hitting the board against open maiden special weights not that long ago, just over the winter. Dropped to the 40,000 level when turning back a distance to 3/4 and won. Last time also ran well going 3/4, but I don't know if that's his best distance. I think this horse wants to go further based on, well, obviously he's by Tappet, and the distance should not be an issue. And he has gone this distance before by an eighth, and he hit the board, finished third in 1 mile and an eighth route. Well, Predicted is a half to Sweet Loretta, who's a multiple graded stakes winner. Of course, that one did a lot in sprints, but this one's very well bred for the distance, and Predicted right now, a little bit of a play at odds of 7-2, but logical horse in today's last race. The 7 Tiz Lucky, well, he's a threat. I mean, there are some negatives through the last couple of races, but I mean, the last one, Shanty Shack, just kind of controlled the pace and was gone on the front end, and that one wasn't coming back. But the race before, this one was able to get the lead. I mean, half the field had rough trips in there, and this one in Crypto Causeway were the ones that got the best of it. Crypto Causeway ended up passing Tiz Lucky in that race, so I really don't have an excuse for Tiz Lucky that day. Still ran well. His best race was his maiden victory when he closed on a racetrack and a pace that was favoring speed. I mean, they went 51 and 117, and front speed was good that day. So that was a good effort by Tiz Lucky. Granted, it wasn't these type of horses that he was up against, but he's got some talent, and he's a horse that, you know, maybe can land in your try and might be a little bit of a price in here. Right now at 9-2, but I'd expect him to be a little higher than that as some more money comes in on a couple of the other main contenders. The 8 horse is Mo Trump, and yeah, Mo Trump, they thought a lot of this horse is a 2-year-old. They tried him in stakes races after breaking his maiden relatively easily. He ran second in the Aspirant Stakes. No threat to Acoustic Gab, but it was a good effort by Mo Trump. This year he's had nothing but excuses. They tried him in the New York Derby. I mean, he didn't run horribly. He's just not going to beat Allure of Money. I mean, Maker's Candy, Allure of Money, I mean, they were lengths better than the rest of the field. So this one finishing third is not a bad effort. And then last race was bothered repeatedly on the outside and never given a chance in that race. So, and that was the first time adding Lasix. So Mo Trump could be a horse could be a wild card in here because you don't know what to expect from him because he's got some excuses in some of his prior efforts. So he's right now at odds of 6-1. So those are some of the contenders in the last race on today's card. You got about 7 minutes to post for this one. Exacta Try and Super offered in race number 8.
One more race to go on the Monday card, the nightcap and allowance event. 1 mile and 1/8. 3-year-olds and up now, winners of 2 races. Scratch 9 Old Point. This is a late scratch 9 Old Point out of the nightcap. Matty Martin on the 2 over the cap. Here they are, one party news, Rafael Rohina Jr. Stablemate 1A, She Speaks Well with Stephen Frett. 2 over the cap, Matty Martin picks up the mount. 3 is Pot of Gold, Emmanuel Di Diego. 4 is Predicted, John Davila Jr. 5, American Halite, Jackie Davis. 6 is Street Cop Officer, Jeremiah Flores. A big Finger Lakes happy birthday shout out to one of the owners, Rosie Ross. Happy birthday, Rosie. 7, Tis Lucky, Joel Cruz. And 8, Mo Trump, Cabercoa. Field of 9, 8 wagering interest. Once again, there was a late scratch 9 Old Point. Our Monday night cap in a little more than 4 minutes. Best wagering race on the card. Very contentious. Look at the board. A 5-2 lukewarm favoritism with the 4 Predicted. One of the players, I've got him in the 2nd spot. We'll talk about him in just a little bit. How about the 6 Street Cop Officer? Once again, a big Finger Lakes happy birthday shout out to Rosie Ross. Street Cop Officer came to us here at Finger Lakes after a Florida campaign on the 7th of August, and Street Cop Officer ran very well, 11-1 that day. Had a troubled trip. This horse was a little ranked through the early stages, had some trouble to deal with, and ran a very credible 2nd. Put it all together in the start thereafter, defeating a repeat winner named Nemo's Fortune, or a comeback winner, I should say, a comeback winner named Nemo's Fortune. Street Cop Officer in his initial test against winners ran good, a decent 3rd behind Shanty Shack, who had a very good pace advantage over that group and looked good winning. Street Cop Officer getting a little bit of a price, a 6-1, and maybe it'd be a nice birthday present for one of the owners, Rosie Ross. The 4 Predicted looked good, winning on the 18th of September. Unfortunately disqualified. Heman Harkey was disqualified aboard. A 4 Predicted kind of hurting God Bless America in deep stretch. It was the 2nd hurting incident for Mr. Harkey in a couple of weeks, and the stewards wanted to take down a Predicted who ran well, and I thought it was a very good race considering the 6 furlong distance. Thought this horse would be a little better with this added real estate, and here we go. Here is Predicted. Talk about good 2-turn Kentucky blood. Tap it out of a bluegrass catmare, and Predicted is the current favorite at 5-2. 2 over the cap, going 1 mile and 1/8. Maybe this will be right up his alley. He's been putting in furious stretch rallies. We saw Michael S. Ferraro capture a 1.25 mile race a couple of weeks ago with our man Mike. Here's over the cap, who since dropping in for 11 has really turned his career around. Looked like he was heading at nowhere. First 4 starts of his career, nothing even worth mentioning that this horse had any ability. Drops in for 11, was 24 lengths out of it that day, ended up winning by a going away 3 1/4. Thereafter runs a good 3rd, 17 out up the backstretch, 15 out at the quarter pole, comes absolutely rolling. Once again, those tactics were employed on the 18th of September. Here's a horse who probably will relish the 1 mile and 1/8 over the cap with this big stretch run. We'll see how he fares. And the 3, A Pot of Gold, who looked good defeating a Maidens. You know, anytime Jeremiah Englehart steps one up from 11 to maiden special weight, we better serve notice. And the fans jumped on him on the 4th of September, and there's no reason he couldn't continue with forward improvement. 6-4-2-3 here in our Monday nightcap. Once again, the 9 Old Point was a late scratch. We'll do it all over again tomorrow, 1:15, first post for the Tuesday card. About a minute until the nightcap. It's post time for the Monday nightcap. Number 4, Predicted, is the favorite at 8-5. Field of 9-8 wagering interest. We had a late scratch 9 Old Point. Now Predicted even lower in the wagering, 6-5. Clear cut favoritism. Number 4, Predicted, to close our Monday card. Late running over the cap, the first of 9 into the gate. Here's Pot of Gold, his initial test against Winners. The favorite Predicted on the stretch out. Recent disqualification in a 6-furlong race. Mile and 8 journey for Predicted, who gets lower and lower at each calling. He's now even money. American Halite ready to move forward. Street Cop Officer. Next will be Party News. Blue silks and a red cap for Party News. Red silk, stablemate She Speaks Well. There's Tis Lucky. Tis Lucky moving forward. Just a little bit of reluctancy on the behalf of Tis Lucky. Six to 5 Predicted, 7-2 Tis Lucky. Tis Lucky is situated, couple to load. She Speaks Well, and Mo Trump. Mo Trump to the outside. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. From the inside, Pot of Gold is showing some pace. Street Cop Officer vies for the second spot. Mo Trump from the far outside wants to go. Jock's got a strong restraint on him. Also up close is Predicted. Sticking with these leaders, Pot of Gold Predicted in the 2-path. Street Cop Officer 3 wide. Mo Trump 4 deep. In behind them races Tis Lucky. Over the cap, comes away running in 6th along the inside. Then She Speaks Well. Party News headed by American Halite. And on the lead, Pot of Gold, and Predicted right there. So too Mo Trump 4 deep. Street Cop Officer 3 wide. Look at the trip for Tis Lucky. Beautifully positioned behind the 4 leaders. 4 lengths off the lead entering the backstretch. Nearly 8 lengths over the cap. A length to American Halite with She Speaks Well, and Party News is the last of 9. And Pot of Gold has the lead. It's Pot of Gold, the first of 9 up the backstretch run. A length to Predicted and Mo Trump. Street Cop Officer still forwardly positioned in the 4th position. And also up close to the action remains Tis Lucky, little less than 4 off the lead. Big break of about 8 lengths to American Halite. She Speaks Well. Party News over the cap at the back. They race to the 5/16. Pot of Gold confronted by Predicted. And Street Cop Officers trying to launch his charge 3 wide. And Tis Lucky is trying to quicken in from fourth, still about 4 or 5 from the front. Mo Trump's going nowhere. Then American Howlight. She Speaks Well, Party News. At the back over the cap. Pot of Gold keeps on going. Predicted's up close. And here comes Street Cop Officer, 3 wide, making his run. And I'm going to Tis Lucky. Here's Street Cop Officer getting the lead. Street Cop Officer, call the cops. It's Street Cop Officer in the nightcap. A happy birthday to Rosie Ross. Pot of Gold second, then Predicted. Party News, and Tis Lucky. $140 and 69/100ths the final time. Six, Street Cop Officer, the unofficial winner at 6-1. Second place to the 3, Pot of Gold. Photo third and fourth. Make sure to hold all tickets. Yeah, fans, we do have a final running time. In fact, I'm going to have to get that final running time one more time. Please call the announcer's booth once again, Jerry Richards. Final running time from the nightcap coming up. All right, fans, we are still waiting for the final time. It was given to me, but I didn't write it down in a timely manner. 6, Street Cop Officer is the unofficial winner. Hang on, everybody. All right, fans, final running time, 154 and 75/100ths, 154 and 75/100ths. So 6 is the winner. That's Street Cop Officer, a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by the Lieutenant. Street Cop Officer is owned by Eric Burns.
Sorry, Tony, we're having trouble with the photo.
Jason Hudspath, part of the winning owners, along with Randy Ross and Rosie Ross. Rachel Sells, the winning trainer, winning jockey. Jeremiah Flores, winner was bred in New York by Sequel New York and Baroni Sunnycrest Farm. Having some trouble trying to figure out who's finished third and fourth here, fans. It's all kind of falling apart on us. 154 and 75/100. Street Cop Officer, the unofficial winner. 3, Pot of Gold, the unofficial runner-up. Stand by for more information. 4 predicted is on the board for third. Still trying to figure out fourth place. 6-3-4. Fourth to be determined. Fans, once again, we are experiencing some technical difficulties in trying to sort out the photo finish concerning our fourth place finisher. We do apologize for this inconvenience. Stand by, just give us a little bit of patience here. 6-3-4. Photo for fourth. Once again, fans, we are experiencing some technical difficulties in dealing with the photo for fourth. And just like that, I've been notified we are going to dead heat the fourth spot, I believe, between the 1 and the 7. Yes, fans, a dead heat for fourth between 1 Party News and 7 Tis Lucky. We experiencing some technical difficulties in sorting out this photo for fourth. It has been determined a dead heat between 1 Party News and 7 Tis Lucky. So we do have a dead heat fourth place between the long shot 1 Party News and 7 Tis Lucky. 6-3-4 and a dead heat for fourth 1 and 7. We do apologize for the inconvenience. Also, fans, the corrected running time from our Monday nightcap, 1:54 and 75/100ths. And the nightcap is official. Once again, a dead heat for fourth place. A dead heat for fourth between the 1 Party News and the 7 Tis Lucky. 6-3-4 dead heat for fourth, officially in the books. And we're all grateful about that. How about the prices? 3-6 late double, $30.60. 3-9 consolation version of the late double, $2.70. You are reminded 9 Old Point was a late scratch. 4 predicted was the favorite. 6-3 exacta from the nightcap, $83. 6-3-4 trifecta, $94.12. 10-cent super 6-3-4, $171.80. The super with the 7 in the fourth slot, $30.70. 3-3-6 late pick 3, $11.05. 3-3-9 consolation version of the late pick 3, $1.10. Pretty formful up until Street Cop Officer. The late pick 4 combinations are worth $24.75. Our Monday pick 5, $51.75. And the Monday pick 6 information, all 6, $240.25. 5 out of 6, $3.70. That's it for the Monday program. We will do it all over again tomorrow, 1:15, first post. Have a great Monday evening. Good night, everyone.